Morning, Council.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to address before we resume with the jury?
Yes, I think there's a couple things, Your Honor.
Mr. Cochran.
Just 1 second.
I see Mr. Jones is here too.
Mr. Bailey will lead out on this while we get Mr. Shepard.
All right, good morning, Mr. Bailey.
Please, the court, subsequent to our conference on Friday on this same subject, a new affidavit has been executed and I believe served on the counsel and the court.
I have received that.
Adding an essential fact, in addition to that, because there's been so much controversy, I asked Mr. Jones to come in this morning and address the court. I know it's been alleged that he was quoted as saying there was no problem, and I think we could get that cleared up on the record.
All right, Mr. Jones. All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, I am representing Mrs. Lopez. Early on, I submitted a letter to all parties expressing my concern and apprehension that she might not remain available because of her concern about losing her privacy at home and losing her employment because of the publicity. About a week ago, I received a third-hand message that she had left Los Angeles for El Salvador, and I relayed that to all parties. As it turns out, she had not left. She was only seeking some privacy and comfort from the publicity. But that ended when Channel 34 found her location and broadcast it everywhere. I met with her last Friday. I was present when she reviewed the affidavit and signed it that Mr. Bailey referred to. I know that at that time she reluctantly agreed to remain for another week. I know on Saturday she called me. She was very upset, threatening to leave Los Angeles. Last night she called me at home and said, Channel 7 is out in front of the house. I'm thinking of leaving before the end of the week. And I offer that to the court for whatever it's worth. I know that the defense has asked to either take her out of order or to do a conditional exam. She's available for either one of those. We're going almost week to week on her situation.
All right, to your knowledge, Mr. Jones, has she actually purchased any airline tickets yet?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, because most people, I think there's some advantage to making your reservations a week or 2 weeks in advance, and my recollection is Continental only flies there every other day or something to that effect.
I understand, and I would agree in a normal situation where there are credit cards and things of that nature, but my impression is that this lady who was working as a live-in housekeeper does not have access to those items and would probably make a last-minute purchase or just simply disappear within Los Angeles. I lost her for a week. Mm-hmm. I just simply could not find her.
All right, to your knowledge, has she been subpoenaed by either side?
On Friday, she acknowledged that she had been subpoenaed by the defense.
For what date?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Any guess?
I believe that it was approximately a month or two off.
I think it's that second week in March that we've agreed on. All right. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Mr. Darden?
I'm in trial in Department 8 if I'm needed further. Department 108.
All right, let me see if Mr. Darden has any questions or comments regarding your comments to the court. My apologies to the other court for delaying you. Good morning, Mr. Darden.
Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Jones's comments this morning are in stark contrast, I believe, to what Rosa Lopez apparently told KMEX, Channel 34, just this past Friday, and she told a reporter from that television station that she did not want to return to El Salvador, that she feared persecution in El Salvador, and that she had lost 2 sons in the civil war there, and that she didn't want to go to El Salvador. She didn't indicate that she wanted to leave the city of Los Angeles. She indicated only that she wanted her privacy. She told KMEX that she wanted to testify, that she would testify in court if required to do so, and that she would accept a subpoena to testify in court. I don't know where Mr. Jones gets this new account, this new version from Ms. Lopez that perhaps she might leave the country, but that is in stark contrast to what she told KMEX. Also significant.
Any videotape of this interview?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. I have a copy for the court, and I will present it to the court. But something else that was interesting in terms of what she apparently told this
Let me ask you one other question before we proceed. Just an informational question. Mr. Darden, was that, I take it that interview by KMEX was done in Spanish?
It is in Spanish, and Ms. Lopez is not live on the tape. The reporter apparently spent 2 hours with her and came out and spoke on camera. Okay, so this is the reporter's account of what she had just been told by Rosa Lopez.
So we have a double hearsay.
Yeah, we have a double hearsay issue here. But something else that the reporter indicated on Channel 34 was that Rosa Lopez told her that Mr. Jones had been encouraging her to return to El Salvador and had repeated to her often and constantly that she could return to El Salvador at any time she wanted, which raises some questions in the minds of the prosecution, Your Honor, and that is, why would they come here and file these affidavits repeatedly, claiming that she's about to leave the country when it appears, or at least there is some indication, that they are encouraging her to leave the country? I don't think that the court should accept Rosa Lopez's affidavit or declaration in this matter. I think that what is necessary is the court, if the court is inclined to do so, I think what the court should do is require Rosa Lopez to appear here under oath, and let's get to the bottom of this.
Well, if you recall, the procedure, I think, under 1335 indicates that during the course of the examination, if the court makes a finding that the threat to the witness or the travel plans are not imminent, then the court can cancel at that time any conditional examination. But, Mr. Darden, I think you're sort of in a have to make a tactical decision whether or not you would want to have a conditional examination, probably in this case on videotape, subject to, of course, the 240 unavailability finding at the time that the defense wants to present that testimony, versus the ability to cross-examine that person live in front of the jury, although out of order. So that's a tactical decision that I think, have you contemplated?
Your Honor, we have no interest in allowing the defense to call this person out of order. We don't think they've provided sufficient grounds for the court to conclude that she's about to leave the country and that a conditional examination ought to be allowed. She has said that she is willing to testify, and she has indicated that she is not planning to leave the country. She should wait and testify in the defense case if that's what they want her to do. We don't consider her to be credible. They do. They think she's a material witness, a critical witness in their case. We're looking forward to hearing her testify in front of the jury.
All right, let me ask you this then, Mr. Darden. Knowing what you know about Ms. Lopez, what would your time estimate be for a conditional examination? Hour? 2 hours? I ask you this merely for scheduling purposes.
3 hours.
All right.
I'd also like to indicate, if I may, Your Honor, that if Ms. Lopez is claiming that she's been harassed, she has not been harassed by the prosecution. We have made no attempt to contact her directly at all.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Darden. All right, Mr. Bailey, do you want to respond to any of the comments by Mr. Darden?
I do, Your Honor. I think you ought to totally disregard the secondhand reports by a news person who allegedly interviewed Ms. Lopez that person could have come in here and told you what was said, if in fact it was said, or it may be just a giant embellishment in order to get a story. But all that aside, I sat with Mr. Cochran and her counsel in Mr. Cochran's office Friday night after we left you. And I heard what she said then, and it is true. Her son was killed in the Civil War because he was a pilot. She talked to me about that. But I think her position is she would like to get away from the harassment at any level, and it continues. Channel 7 was out there, as Mr. Jones has told you. And in the balancing involved, as against the possible consumption of a few hours to create a videotape, which meets the criteria to have evidentiary status before this jury if the witness disappears, as against the calamitous problem that occurs if everybody guesses wrong, you deny the examination, and she does go, and you have no means to get her back, and we can't find her to depose her down there. It seems to me that the balance in the scales of justice is very heavily weighted toward ensuring the bet. There is so little to lose on the one hand, and so much to lose on the other. Now, the focal point of this witness testimony, as I'm sure Your Honor understands, is presently opposed by a dog. A dog has announced that murder was occurring at 10:15, if I understand the prosecution's opening and its evidence so far. This witness says at 10:15, this man's automobile, which is cast as an instrument of murder in this case, and they're locked in. They can't separate OJ Simpson and that Bronco in their evidence. It's too late. That car was where it is usually parked when it's at home, and that is right outside the Rockingham entrance. And she saw it there as she routinely walked a pet. That's pretty simple evidence. Furthermore, the prosecution, which is quick to say now that they don't believe her, have never talked to her except through the person of Mark Furman, who talked to her that morning. And she told him she heard strange things. And he said, I'll send someone back to interview. And to this day, no one has ever come back to interview her. Now, this woman's story needs to be perpetuated. I don't think she wants to go to El Salvador, and we are not encouraging her. Mr. Jones is not a member of the defense team. He's her lawyer. But she does desperately want to stop having people shove a microphone in her face every time she walks out the door. Now, she's moved several times to try to avoid that and has been unsuccessful.
Mr. Bailey, what is your time estimate for the conditional examination?
Direct examination, 30 minutes tops.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Ron.
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
If I might, I would encourage the court to have the reporters who spoke to Rosa Lopez this past Friday appear here in court and provide the court with their account of what Rosa Lopez told her.
Well,
And
Mr.
if
Dart,
Rosa-
let me suggest this, and forgive me for interrupting you. Let me suggest this. The statute does say that the court can't examine whether or not the claim that they're going to leave is bona fide made at the time of the conditional examination. I can visit this issue. And if I find that it's a subterfuge or something else, then I can cancel the conditional examination and just order the witness to appear on a date certain. I can do that. What I would suggest we do, now that I have the time estimate, I'm going to set the code says that if an affidavit supporting the allegation that's a necessary witness or a material witness is going to leave, then I am required to set a date for a conditional examination. 3 days. 3 days from, it's a good thing they didn't have 3. 3 days from today will be Friday, as is indicated by the code. I'm going to set this for 9 a.m. Friday morning, and we'll take it up. And if you think you have a witness who will testify to that issue, have that person here. All right, Mr. Jones, if you will have your client here 9 a.m. Friday, please.
I will, Your Honor, and although I don't really feel a need to address Mr. Darden's comments on my credibility, I would like to indicate to the court that
Well,
not...
Mr. Jones, you're speaking to me, and I understand the situation which is going on here. You and I are well acquainted with each other. I'm always happy to see you come into my court, Mr. Jones. You know that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor, and not once have I encouraged Mrs. Lopez to leave. What I have said is when she asked me, why did they arrest Marianne Gerches, I told her she would not be arrested. She was a citizen. She was free to come and go. If she stayed here, she would not be arrested. If she left, she would not be arrested. That was the extent of my conversation with her. It's the height of stupidity for anybody to think that I would urge Mrs. Lopez to leave the country and deprive the defense of this witness. I don't understand why they are fighting against taking her out of order and prefer to roll the dice that she will leave and deprive everybody of her testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
That is not for you to understand, Mr. Jones. Your Honor, while Mr. Jones is here, would you ask Mr. Jones to remain for one moment, please? Mr. Jones, when can we interview your client, if at all?
He asked that off the record. Yes, that's for sure.
No, this isn't for floor show.
Mr. Cochran.
We've
Mr.
been-
Jones, will your witness be available for the prosecution to be interviewed?
Your Honor, upon their request of giving me a time and place, I will relay that to her and make every effort to have her available.
All right.
This is grandstanding. I don't need it, and I really don't have time.
All right, Mr. Jones, I'll coordinate any meetings through the court clerk. Thank you very much, sir.
Anytime, any place, tomorrow, the day after, Your Honor, will be fine with us.
All right.
Apparently, the prosecution expects to defame the witness on the one hand and get a
Well,
friendly interview on the other.
Mr. Bailey, thank you. All right, Mr. Scheck, is there something we need to address on the DNA, other scientific testing?
I just was conferring with Mr. Hodgman, and he'll be down at the morning break. One thing before I address the substantive matter, I just want to say for the court that I think everything went very, very well, and that there's a great deal of professionalism on the part of the Los Angeles Police Department, Mr. Raquel, the SID person who went, Robert Horn from the New York State Police, and James Kennedy, and everybody was working till 2, 3 in the morning, and I felt remiss unless I was very cooperative, very professional on the part of Mr. Clark and Mr. Hodgman, and so we're grateful for that.
Well, I was pleased nobody was calling me at home over the weekend.
I figured you might be. The one point I wanted to make before we began the proceedings today was a proposal for the court with respect to the evidence and how it came in, and maybe just a statement to the jury, because my recollection is that after Ms. Clark took the glove and the watch cap out of its original packaging and then put it into 2 separate plastic bags, and at that point we raised an objection that it should not be packaged that way. Ms. Clark agreed not to have it packaged that way, at which point the glove and the watch cap was then put back into the original paper bags, and then 2 separate plastic envelopes were created that contained, as it turns out, trace evidence from both objects. Excuse me for 1 second. So I think that would be important to explain to the jury, and I think it should come from the court, exactly what transpired, and that since they left, these objects are now in the packaging that they are, and the events that led to them doing it in a simple, factual, descriptive way.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scheck. Ms. Clark, any comment on Mr. Scheck's proposal to advise the jury regarding the repackaging of those 2 items? And what is their, Mr. Scheck, what is their current status right now? Are they still, those 2 items still being examined and tested?
Oh, well, the terms is that those items were just items that we could look at and examine.
Right.
With respect to...
No, I'm just curious as to where they are at this moment.
Oh, I think they're here, aren't they? No. Well, everything that... what's back? Nothing. They were supposed to be on a courier and be here this morning, so
All right.
I'd have to ask Mr. Hodgman about that, but I know that they flew it out yesterday afternoon.
All right. Ms. Clark, how do you intend to proceed with this evidence this morning?
So
How do you intend on proceeding this morning with that evidence since the courier has not returned it?
Well, I would like to obviously have it back for the balance of Detective Lang's testimony. There's going to be quite a bit more testimony about what he did at the crime scene.
Okay.
So that's a problem. The other thing is that I have no objection to the jury being informed that in order to preserve trace and biological evidence on the items, they were repackaged because it's just a better procedure. But the problem I have in the repackaging, Your Honor, is that the jury's not going to be able to see the evidence. It's going to be in a brown paper bag.
Well, at the appropriate time, they'll be allowed to look at it in an appropriate manner.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's going to have to.
But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I mean, they've seen enough photographs of it that they don't need to see it up close and personal to know what it is at this point.
Okay.
So I take it you can proceed this morning, however, using photographs of those two items. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and I will. As
right.
I understand it now, I've just been informed that the items are now at SID and they'll be back in court as soon as possible.
All right, they're being logged back in and then returned.
Exactly.
Fine. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scheck. Thank you.
There
Ms.
is
Clark.
also, however, another item. There are a couple of other items that have not been returned yet that I was going to get to later on in the testimony. If I could confer with Mr. Scheck briefly, find out
Certainly.
where they're at. I'm informed that it will not be a problem, so
All right.
we can proceed.
All right. Let me see counsel at the sidebar with the court reporter before we get started with the jury. All right, thank you, counsel. Let me allow the court reporter to return. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Let the record reflect that we have now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we normally schedule our restart every morning at 9 o'clock, and just to let you know what's going on while you're back there in the small jury room, we start every morning at 9 o'clock, and there are various issues that I need to address with the attorneys out of your presence before we get started every morning. And today was like no other. My planned schedule to get these things done in a few minutes was a little optimistic. So I just wanted to explain to you that we have been out here on the record with the court reporter working ever since 9 o'clock. And we will, from time to time, have to take what appear to you to be breaks very soon into the proceeding, but that's because the court reporter and the staff have been working a significant period of time, and they need breaks as well. All right. Detective Lang, would you please resume the witness stand? All right. Good morning, Detective Lang. You're reminded that you are still under oath, sir. Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe when we left off, Detective Lang, you had indicated that there was a reason why you did the walkthrough with Detective Phillips when you went to the crime scene at 875 South Bundy.
Yes,
And the reason that you indicated was?
so that Detective Phillips could point out to me the evidence at the crime scene and caution me against disturbing any of that evidence.
Now, prior to that night, sir, had you met Detective Ron Phillips or Detective Mark Furman ever before? No, it has not.
Overruled.
No, I've never met either man.
All right, Detective Lang, would you just sort of pull that microphone up a little bit closer to you there? I think you can pull it in, too. There you go. Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. All right, I think you indicated that at the rear of the location, back by the alley, did you notice a car there parked in the driveway?
Yes,
And what kind of car was that?
it was a Jeep, a Grand Cherokee Jeep.
What color was it?
It was black in color.
Notice anything unusual about that Jeep?
I noticed that the right front passenger door was cracked. As in open, not damaged at all.
Now, at some point, did you go inside the house?
Yes.
Again, you already indicated, I think, to us that you went in once, briefly.
Yes, initially when we arrived at the rear, we did a walkthrough to the outside, then west down the walkway, and then re-entered the house through the garage.
Now, when you re-entered the house through the garage, where did you go?
We went to the second level.
And on the second level, what did you find?
I observed what appeared to be the master bedroom towards the front of the house on the second level. And I entered the bedroom and made some observations in there.
What did you see?
I observed that the television was on. The bed appeared to be made but rumpled. There were 2 or 3 candles, I believe, lit in the bedroom. There were lights on upstairs. I walked into the bathroom and observed 2 or 3 other candles to be lit around the tub.
Did you say there were lights on in the master bedroom?
Yes,
And did you see lights on in the bathroom?
yes,
In the master bedroom, sir, did you see any evidence of ransacking?
no,
See drawers pulled out?
no,
Did you see any jewelry spilled on the floor?
no,
You see any shelves removed?
no,
Any clothing in the closet seem to be disturbed or thrown about?
no,
Any signs of a struggle, like dents in the wall?
no,
Blood on the floor?
no,
Blood on the walls?
no,
Bloody shoe prints on the ground, on the carpet?
no,
And what about in the master bathroom? Did you notice any evidence of a struggle in there? Any evidence of blood?
I noticed some staining, reddish staining on the throw rug in the bathroom. Aside from that, no.
Did you later request that that staining be tested for the presence or absence of blood,
Yes,
and the result was negative?
that's correct.
Did you notice anything disturbed in the bathroom in the way of drawers pulled out,
No,
items thrown on the floor?
no,
Any bloody shoe prints on the floor in the bathroom?
no,
All right, and you saw candles in the bathroom as well.
that's correct.
Had you earlier seen any candles in any other portion of the house?
Earlier, I observed candles in the living room area of the house, the first level.
Those were also lit?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a discussion with anyone acquainted or related to Nicole Brown concerning her a habit of lighting candles in the house?
Yes,
And what did you learn?
Sustained.
And after you looked in the master bathroom, what did you do next?
I proceeded back down the stairs and out the rear of the location.
Did you look into any other rooms upstairs? Other than the-
Yes, upstairs I did look into what appeared to be the kids' rooms that were west of the main bedroom. Looked in both of those rooms, an adjacent bathroom, and there was a sun deck up on a third level that I looked at.
What did you see in the children's rooms?
Nothing remarkable.
Any evidence of ransacking?
No,
Signs of a struggle
no,
or blood?
no,
Drawers pulled out?
no,
Items thrown around?
no,
Bloody shoe prints?
no,
Did you notice any leaves on the floor that were similar to the leaves you saw outside the residence?
Inside the house?
Right, inside
No.
the house. And you said you went up to a sunroom on the third level?
Yes.
What is that? Can you describe it?
There was a small, what I describe as a sun deck with, I believe, a chaise lounge.
That's all?
I believe there was a telephone up there.
Anything else?
I don't recall anything else being up there.
Did that appear to be part of the roof, or was it a separate floor?
There was a stairwell going up to it, and I suppose it could be construed as part of a roof.
See any evidence of a disturbance there?
No.
Then what did you do, sir, after you went to that third level?
At that time, I proceeded down the stairs to the ground level where I exited through the rear and out to the alley, down the alley, and then around to the front of the residence where I met my partner.
So you went out through the garage, sir?
Yes.
Where was it you met up with your partner?
It was in the street in front of the location,
Around Bundy and Dorothy?
in that vicinity, yes.
Your partner was?
Detective Philip Van Adder.
And was he alone out there in the street when you met him?
No, he was with Detective Furman.
What happened next?
I discussed with Detective Van Adder and Phillips, who was there, Detective Phillips and Furman, what we would do in relation to the crime scene. And I was informed that
That's what he performed, hearsay,
Sustained.
You were, who talked to you? You were informed of something by who?
Detective Van Adder.
And based on what he told you, did you do something?
Yes.
What did you do?
We decided to go to Mr. Simpson's residence where we would attempt to make a death notification.
Okay.
And
So what, let me interrupt you, I'm sorry, sir, but what did Detective Van Adder tell you? And then it goes to explain subsequent conduct, Your Honor.
I don't think we have proof of this. May I speak with counsel?
Yes.
We concur with the witness. Yes, Your Honor. The subject matter to which the witness would testify would constitute hearsay, but we're not offering it for the truth of the matter. We're only offering it for the effect on the listener for subsequent, to explain subsequent conduct.
Right. Definitely for that purpose, probably double hearsay for that purpose. I'll rather change it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence that you're about to hear, the statement that was made to Detective Lang is offered to you only for the purpose of then explaining what Detective Lang did in response to receiving that information, and should be considered by you only for that limited purpose. Ms. Clark.
Detective Lang, you indicated that Detective Van Adder told you something after you came out of the condominium and met with him in the street.
Yes.
And what was it he told you?
He stated that the Commander Bushy had spoke with Detective Phillips and wished the detectives to make a personal notification to Mr. Simpson regarding the death.
So Commander Bushy had ordered that a personal notification be made to Defendant Simpson, and you discussed that with Detective Van Adder?
That was part of the discussion, yes.
What was the other part of the discussion?
That we would want to speak with Mr. Simpson, get some type of an initial statement from Mr. Simpson in regards to our investigation, to meet him, to see that his children had been picked up or cared for, and to probably leave Furman and Phillips with Mr. Simpson and return to the crime scene to do the investigation.
Okay, now, why did you want to go and talk to Mr. Simpson? What do you think, what were you hoping to get from that interview?
Well, initially we don't know. One of the most important things in a murder investigation is to talk to people. And we certainly weren't talking to anyone else at that point. We knew that Mr. Simpson had been estranged from Mrs. Simpson. He may have information and could assist us at the crime scene, doing the crime scene investigation. I think it was important that we meet Mr. Simpson, that he should know who we are, because we certainly would be working with him in the future.
And by working with him, you mean?
In an attempt to get background information, perhaps on his ex-wife. Again, we don't know until we talk to him, to get any information we could regarding his ex-wife.
For example?
For example, associates,
You mean friends of hers?
friends, associates, any problems she may have been experiencing in the recent past, any threats she may have received. We really don't know until we sit down and speak with someone what they have to say.
You mean threats that she may have received from someone else?
Yes.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer to you there? Yeah, twist it up if you can. There you go. Don't just speak right into it. I'm getting high signs from jurors that they're having a hard time hearing some of this. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Now, is that commonly done in your experience as an investigating officer with the next of kin?
Yes.
At that particular time, sir, were you aware of what other next of kin you might have been able to contact?
I had none.
And was there any indication as to the identification of the male victim that we now know as Ron Goldman?
No.
Did you have any information as to the whereabouts in terms of the residence of Mr. Simpson with relation to where you were at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And what was that information?
That he lived a short distance away, and that was only a few minutes drive time.
Did that play any part in your decision to go and make notification personally?
Yes.
And why?
Because of the time involved, it was a short period of time that we would be gone. We did want to get back to the crime scene and conduct that investigation.
Can you tell us, sir, who is Commander Bushy?
Commander Bush is a commander of police of the West Bureau, LAPD.
Where is he placed in terms of the hierarchy in the LAPD?
Well, a commander, we have 4 bureaus in the LAPD, and the commander would be one of 2 commanders who would be the number 2 man or number 2 person within that bureau, so he'd be right below a deputy chief.
So you have Chief Williams, a deputy chief, and then commander?
Essentially, there's a few people in between, but yes.
All right, after you made the determination to go and speak to Mr. Simpson and give notification, what happened next?
Detective Furman got information, stated he could get information on how to get to the location. I had asked Furman and Phillips to get in their car and that we would follow them in our car up to the location.
And did Detective Furman go and attempt to locate an address for the defendant?
Yes.
What happened next?
Shortly after, Furman and Phillips got into their police car, and Van Adder and I got into ours, and we proceeded to the Rockingham location.
All right, now, can you tell us why all four of you went to that location?
Once again, it was my intent, if Mr. Simpson were home, to get some type of an initial interview with him, along with the notifications, and to care for the children. And it was my intent to leave Phillips and Furman behind with Mr. Simpson to assist him in any notifications or anything else that he needed, and for Van Adder and I to return to the crime scene to conduct the investigation.
So at the time you left for 360 Rockingham, what was your intent in terms of how long you were going to spend there at Rockingham?
As short a time as possible, just to meet Mr. Simpson, get some type of an initial rapport with him, any information he might have, and to return to the Bundy location.
Okay, why do you want to establish a rapport? I mean, why do you need to do that?
I think it's very important to establish a rapport, especially with persons who are close to the victim, to get information. They need to know you. They need to have confidence in you so they can share information with you. Once again, the only way you're going to learn anything is by talking to people.
And I think you indicated earlier that the next of kin is somebody you'd be working with. Can I finish the question?
Yes.
The next of kin is somebody that you intended you would be working with throughout the case. And how does that work? Why would that be?
Follow that question. Can I ask and also it's not next?
Or will
It would be important to work with that family member to get background information on the victim, to get other information as to friends and acquaintances, any personal problems that that victim might have had in the past. Again, you really don't know until you sit down with that person and talk to them.
Okay. Is it typical that you maintain an involvement with the next of kin throughout a case?
Yes.
Excuse me, counsel, would you approach without the court report, please? Mr. Cocker, Mr. Clark. All right, Ms. Clark, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam. I'm sorry, thank you. All right, so you drove to Rockingham, is that right?
Yes.
About how long did that drive take you, sir?
Approximately 5 minutes.
Can you tell us what route you took?
My recollection is northbound on Bundy to, I believe, Sunset, westbound on Sunset to Rockingham, and then northbound on Rockingham.
Now, when you drove northbound on Rockingham, What did you see?
We drove approximately 2 blocks. Van Etter and I were behind Phillips and Furman. And as we approached the location, I observed a white Ford Bronco parked at the curb near what I later found to be the Rockingham Gate.
Anything particular draw your attention to that Bronco?
Yes, it appeared to be stuck out in the street somewhat. The rear end of it appeared to be stuck out in the street just a bit.
Okay. I'm sorry, you indicated,
Yes, the rear end of the Bronco appeared to be.
wait, hold on.
Out of curiosity, what is that? Is it a calculator or
Yeah.
is it turned off?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, sir, I did not hear your answer about what drew your attention to the Bronco.
It appeared to be somewhat, the rear end appeared to be somewhat out on the street, and it was parked by itself. There were no other vehicles around it.
And where did you go after seeing you? Did you drive past the Bronco?
Yes, we drove past the Bronco to Ashford. We followed Phillips and Furman turning eastbound on Ashford, where they pulled to the curb just west of the Ashford gate. My partner and I pulled behind them and parked at the curb.
People's Exhibit number 64.
All right, showing you People 64, sir, can you tell us if you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, that's the right turn the Ashford gate at 360 North Rockingham.
That's the Ashford Gate, you said?
Yes,
And where in relation to the Ashford Gate did you park,
to the right of that location at the curb.
as shown in this photograph?
Yes,
So it'd be to the right as we face it?
yes.
Now, if you can, tell us, sir, about what time it was when you got there.
Approximately 5:05 a.m.
Now, do you see a car parked just to the east of the Ashford Gate in this photograph, sir,
Yes,
on Ashford?
yes,
And did you see that car parked in that position there that night?
yes,
Did you determine whose car that was?
yes.
Whose?
Vehicle was registered to Cato Kalin.
It appears to be a black vehicle in this photograph. Were you able to determine what kind it is?
I don't recall. I believe it was a Thunderbird, I believe.
After you parked your cars, what'd you do next?
I proceeded towards the Ashford gate behind Phillips and Furman, and I observed, I believe initially it was Detective Phillips, walked to appeared to be an intercom on the gate, the left of the gate, as you're looking at this photograph, in attempt to rouse someone inside the residence through the intercom.
And after they rang for the first time, was there any response?
No, there were 2 or 3 attempts by Phillips, and I believe Furman may have made an attempt also.
And was there any response to any of those attempts?
No.
So how many times did they try to raise somebody by pushing the buzzer at the gate?
I think at least 3, perhaps more.
Did you happen to observe whether there were any cars in the driveway?
There appeared to be a vehicle parked on the other side of the driveway, which would have been facing, heading to the west towards the Rockingham gate.
And did you notice whether there were any lights on in the house?
There was one light on that I could see that appeared to be emanating from somewhere between the first and the second level, through the first and second level windows.
Did you notice anything else outside the gate that drew your attention?
Outside the gate?
Outside the gate. Let me direct your attention, sir, if you can, I don't know if you can see on the screen where I'm pointing to. If you could look up at the screen.
Referring to the West Tech sign?
I am.
Yes.
Is that a West Tech sign?
Yes.
Did you notice it there that night?
Yes.
And what is West Tech, sir?
West Tech is a security service, a residential, I believe primarily a residential security service in the Brentwood area.
Did one of you have a cell phone that night?
Yes, Detective Phillips.
And did he attempt to use it to contact West Tech?
Yes, I believe he first attempted to contact the watch commander at West Los Angeles Division in an attempt for him to contact West Tech.
And do you happen to know what time he called the watch commander for that purpose?
I believe it must have been approximately at 5:10 a.m.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Are you familiar with the phone number for the private line to the watch commander at West LA?
If I saw it, I'd probably know it.
Showing you it's been marked as People 61, sir. Do you tell us if you recognize that phone number?
Yes, I believe that's the private number of the watch commander.
At West LA Division?
Yes.
So what happened next?
Detective Phillips was attempting to contact West Tech. After he'd finished, he mentioned something to the effect that
Sustain.
I was informed that
All right,
Well-
hold on, Detective Lang. Ms. Clark,
Hold on.
ask another question, please.
Detective Phillips, did he inform you of something, sir?
yes,
And did that something cause you to do something else?
well, yes,
I'd ask that it be admitted to explain subsequent conduct, Your Honor.
What did you do after you received this information?
basically I did nothing after the initial information that led to something.
Ms. Clark, next question.
All right. You received some information, did you, from Detective Phillips, sir?
Yes,
And after you received that information, what happened next?
I observed a West Tech patrol vehicle southbound on Rockingham approaching Ashford. And I observed Detective Phillips wave the vehicle down in the street and walk over to the vehicle and talk with the driver, the security guard.
And did that West Tech unit then remain there?
Yes,
Now, while that was occurring, while Detective Phillips was making phone calls on his cell phone and the West Tech unit arrived, did you observe any other activity by one of the detectives occurring?
Yes, I observed Detective Furman walk south on Rockingham towards the Bronco that I had alluded to earlier, and approach the driver's side where I saw him looking at the vehicle. For a few moments, and then walk back towards my location, which at the time was in the intersection of Rockingham and Ashford.
Yeah, where were you positioned as you made the observations concerning Detective Phillips and Detective Furman?
I was in the, like I said, in the intersection around Ashford, the intersection of Ashford and Rockingham.
This is People's Exhibit number 63.
People 63.
All right, showing you, sir, People's 63. Can you tell us if you recognize the location shown there?
Yes, that's looking in a almost a westerly, I'm sorry, almost a southerly direction towards the Rockingham location.
All right, the street that is coming to that disappears into the left-hand lower corner of the photograph, what street is that?
That's Ashford.
And the street that it intersects with, that actually dead ends, excuse me. Let me re-ask that question. The street on which you see a car parked that disappears into the left-hand side of the photograph as you face it is what street?
That's Ashford Street.
All right. And the street that it intersects with that disappears into the lower left-hand corner as you face the photograph is what?
Rockingham.
Do you see the corner of the defendant's property that is in the sort of to the right-hand side of the photograph as you look at it?
Yes.
Is that where you were?
Yes.
There seems to be a white object at the right side of the photograph as you face it.
Yes.
Is it something white?
Yes.
And what is that?
I believe that's the white Bronco.
Is this a photograph that depicts the location on June the 13th?
Yes.
Where were you positioned, if you can tell us, based on this photograph?
Based on this photograph, more or less in the intersection towards the parkway, I guess perhaps in the middle right third of this photograph in the street.
Middle right third. How about if we have our trusty point maker? If you can guide the arrow, sir, indicate where you were.
Okay, more to the right. Probably that's a little too much. Back right about there, maybe down a bit, somewhere in that general vicinity right there.
All right, can we put an X there? Well, okay. Is that about right?
Approximately that area.
Okay. We could put TL, thank you. And if this could be now people's...
63A.
Thank you. All right, so from that vantage point, what were you able to see in terms of the activity by the detectives on Ashford and on Rockingham?
Sorry, Phillips.
Oh, well,
Your Honor's call correction, this would be 63C.
See,
63C.
thank you.
It's compound.
I observed Detective Furman down near the white Bronco on the right of the photo. The West Tech vehicle was probably just this side of the X, facing southbound. Detective Phillips was somewhere between there and the Ashford Gate. I believe Detective Van Adder was in my vicinity also.
And were you able to also observe what Detective Furman was doing?
Yes.
What was he doing?
I observed him looking at the white Bronco.
What happened next?
Furman walked up the street north on Rockingham towards me and mentioned that he...
That's what he mentioned here, sir.
Sustain.
I asked him to be admitted to explain subsequent conduct.
Stupid, so you tell us what we did after that.
Does this have to do with something observed on the Bronco?
That's right.
All right, the objection will be overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, however, this statement comes in only to explain what Detective Lang did in response to hearing this information. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. And what did Detective Furman tell you?
Detective Furman stated that he believed there was blood on the door of the Bronco.
And what did you do after you heard that?
I proceeded to the Bronco with Furman, and he pointed to a reddish stain above the door handle on the driver's side.
Your Honor, People 62. Please. 62A, 62B, 62C.
Okay, if we could stop here. Did you see the Bronco that you've described, sir, parked at the Rockingham gate on June the 13th in these photographs?
Yes.
Is that the one you described?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing the blood, that little spot that's being shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that appears to be the same spot.
Okay.
62D, oops, 62D, 62E, 62F.
Going back to 62E for a moment. And then 62F.
62F.
Did you happen to make observations concerning what was inside the rear cargo area of the Bronco?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
I observed a package with a label on it, I believe OJ Simpson Enterprises from the Dan Marino Foundation, and I believe there was a shovel in the back.
After making those observations, sir, what did you do next?
Recall walking back towards the Ashford gate and talking to Van Adder and Phillips. It was at that time I was told something about who may or may not be in the residence. That was, I'm sorry.
Okay, but hold on.
People's Exhibit 64.
You went back to the Ashford gate, sir?
I was in that vicinity.
Okay. And who was it you had a conversation with?
It wasn't necessarily a conversation. Phillips had walked towards me and Van Adder and had made a statement.
Was that statement concerning a maid inside the house?
Yes,
And what did you learn?
that there should have been a maid on the premises.
And what happened next?
Phillips had been in contact with West LA Division and had received a phone number of the residents, I believe, through West Tech. And Phillips attempted to phone the residents with a cellular phone.
And after Detective Phillips called the defendant's home phone number, what happened?
I could hear the phone ringing from the street. Phillips stated to me that the,
Sustained.
Did you learn whether or not there was any response? Anyone picked up the phone?
no one picked up the phone.
What happened next?
I discussed with Phillips and Van Adder and Furman what we had, and that we didn't know Mr. Simpson's whereabouts. There was supposedly a housekeeper or a maid that was supposed to be on the premises. We had a light on in the house. We had, at this time, observed 2 vehicles in the driveway. We had what appeared to be blood on a vehicle parked, in my opinion, at a funny angle in the street. We had just left the crime scene. We discussed a certain exigency that we might have felt existed. I felt that someone inside that house may be the victim of a crime, may be bleeding or worse. We could raise no one at the location, so we decided to go in.
What happened next?
I looked at the gate, appeared to be a hydraulic gate. Furman was standing closest to the left side of the gate. He said, "I can go over the wall." I said, "Okay, go." He at this time went over the wall, stepped to his right, and manually pulled the hydraulic gate open.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, at the point that, no, at the point that you asked Detective Furman to go over the wall, sir, what were your choices? What were your options in terms of what to do in terms of let me try and do that again. Well, how could, me too.
Ms. Clark.
In light of all that you knew at that point in time, what were your choices? What could you do?
That's the relevant material. That doesn't help us here.
We could either enter the grounds and attempt to find possible victims for Mr. Simpson, or we could leave and go back and conduct a crime scene investigation.
But, Your Honor, that's not objection. Those aren't all the alternatives.
Well, counsel, there's cross-examination. I'm sure you'll tell him some others.
All right, I have to wait. Okay.
It's the way it normally works.
Nah.
All right, Ms. Clark.
So you could either stay or go back to Bundy? And
Sustained.
I haven't finished the question.
He just told us that.
Did you, okay, you made the choice to stay there.
Yes. It was a mutual choice with my partner and myself.
Okay. What happened next?
I entered the location with Phillips and Van Adder, and with the 4 of us walked towards the front door. We observed a dog lying in the driveway. He didn't appear to be threatening. We walked past the dog to the front door, and I believe it was Phillips or Van Adder who knocked on the front door several times. We got no response. We moved to the east of the entrance to a walkway that led us to the rear of the location.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to indicate on a board for the jury where you went after you entered the property. And the decision to enter the property at that time was made by who?
By myself and my partner
Detective Van Etter.
simultaneously. Yeah, Van Etter, yes.
And so Detective Furman went over the wall at your request?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
People's Exhibit 67.
Would you step down, sir, with your pointer? First, let me ask you this. In terms of the 4 detectives there, who was the most senior, if you know? If you know now, today.
The department would be, there's 2 types of seniority, those who get promoted before others and those who have more tenure. As far as tenure, it'd be Detective Phillips. As far as senior in rank, who was promoted first would be Van Etter.
Who was the most junior detective there?
Furman.
Did you know that night?
No,
Who was the youngest one there?
probably Furman.
Did you know that night?
Appeared to be that way, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Could you please show us the path you took after you entered the property?
We entered here at the Ashton Gate before it was walked down the driveway. This direction going south into this front entrance area where the front door is. This is where the knocking occurred. There was no response, so the 4 of us walked back out and around to this walkway, which is just, I believe, north of the residence, and walked to the rear of the location of this walkway, coming into this rear porch area. Just a couple of steps up the porch, walked across the porch, down into this patio area, down into this vicinity here. I observed glass door, I believe it was this one here. I walked up to this door and rapped on the door, attempting to raise someone inside. Got no response.
So at this point, after you've knocked on the front door and the back door with getting no response, where did you go?
I stepped back towards Phillips, Van Etter, and Furman, who had walked towards this location here that appeared to be guest houses or bungalows. And I would believe I was behind Phillips and Furman walking down the steps to this front room labeled Kalen's room.
And when you got to Kalen's room, what happened?
It was Furman who knocked on the door and stated there appeared to be somebody inside. He knocked again, and Mr. Kalen opened the door.
And where were you at the time?
I was to the rear of Phillips and Furman, probably on this walkway right here.
Were all 4 of you detectives pretty much standing together, or were you spread out? Where was everyone?
Van Etter was up in this area still behind us. And this is a fairly narrow walkway. And, my recollection is that Phillips and Furman were in front of me and I was standing behind.
And after Mr. Kalen answered the door, can you tell us if you made any observations of his condition?
He appeared to have just woken up. He had a disheveled appearance, appeared to be pretty groggy.
Did someone ask who he was?
Yes, Furman asked who he was and if he lived there, something of this effect.
You go ahead, have a seat. You can take it down. Thank you. All right.
Excuse me. All right, we're going to take a brief recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. We're going to take a 15-minute recess this morning. I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room, please. All right, we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. All right, are we missing Mr. Scheck?
Okay,
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter, all counsel are again present. Counsel, is there something we need to discuss about the testing protocol?
Your Honor,
Other matters?
I don't know what your timing is, but I think that it's complicated, and I don't know if you would want to do it right now. I don't know if there's any.
Well, is time of
jury
the
time.
essence since we have a witness on the stand, or is there something we can do once we?
I think we can take this up later.
Yeah. It's going to take a while to discuss.
May Marshall have a moment with these gentlemen?
resolve this?
I could. With this witness, we're going to need a certain list of items of evidence. I do not know whether they are included in the list that the defense now wants to take for further testing. And I understand that they have some long-range plans. I don't know what they are. So why, well, but 1:30 is.
I think what needs to happen, Your Honor, is that counsel are going to need to talk to Your Honor in chambers at some point. And so we can continue the evidence, and we can do it either at lunchtime or have the jury come back a little bit later this afternoon. We can save some time by speaking with you and work this issue out. But it has to have, you need to carve out some time, I think, for it.
It won't be resolved in 15 minutes, I don't think.
Do you want to tell me specifically what it is we're talking about at this point?
I've been as specific as I can be. It's really the defense that has not put into writing yet what items they are about to request.
Should we approach the bench, or do you want?
Why don't you just tell me right now?
Yeah, I think that there's issues with respect to items that we have examined already that I anticipate they would be putting into evidence soon because observations were made. Different pieces of trace evidence were secured from those items and segregated since we weren't allowed to test anything, but just examine it for further comparison and potentially testing. Then there's the logistics of working out arrangements to examine other items that the prosecution is anticipating put into evidence. And as the court knows, that's a longer discussion. My suggestion is that we probably could deal with this in chambers at the end of the day because it again is going to involve what the prosecution intends to introduce and when they intend to introduce it so that we can look at it before they do that, where that would take place, when that would take place, and what the timing of it is.
All right, Ms. Clark, then can you proceed with your direct examination with Detective Lang for the remainder of the morning without any need to address any of these issues?
Yes, I believe I can, Your Honor. I do want to have the opportunity to fully address the court concerning this most recent request by the defense. I don't know how many times they want to look at all of this evidence, and at the 11th hour, as they have, my understanding that everything has been examined by them, and so we come to a
Well,
point.
the agreement was that they could examine it but not test it. That was the agreement over the weekend.
But we keep sending evidence out, and I mean, throwing it all over the
All right, well,
country. This is not.
Let me ask you, Ms. Clark, will you be able to proceed and conclude the court day this afternoon without any difficulties regarding the presentation of the physical evidence?
That I don't know. That's the problem. If I could assure the court of that, I wouldn't take time to do this.
All right, let's do this then. Let's conclude the morning session. Over the lunch hour, I'll ask counsel to confer. When we come back at 1:30, if there's anything that needs to be resolved, we'll take it up at that point.
Okay.
All right. And if I could ask Mr. Scheck and Mr. Blazer, Mr. Clark and Mr. Harmon, if you could, and Mr. Hodgman and Mr. Yokelson, perhaps if you gentlemen could confer while court is in session with the jury on other matters, perhaps we can narrow down the areas of inquiry. I see nods. All right. All right, let's have the jury, please. Ladies and gentlemen, be seated. Let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand on direct examination. Good morning again, Detective Lang. You're reminded that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Lang, I believe you indicated that you just made contact with Cato Kalin, and that someone had asked who he was, and he gave his identity, his name to you.
Yes, that was Detective Furman that was speaking with Kaylin.
Now, at that time, did any of you ask him where the defendant was?
I believe Phillips asked something to that effect. And Cato didn't really have a response. He really didn't know. Didn't appear to know.
Did Cato ask you why you were there?
I don't recall him asking.
Did you tell him why you were there?
No.
Why not?
I didn't know who Kaylin was. The other detectives didn't know who he was. He was not a family member. We just didn't have him identified properly. We knew his name, but we didn't have him identified.
And so not having had him identified, why would you not want to tell him why you were there?
He's a possible suspect.
What happened next?
Furman spoke with Kaylin and asked him if he was wearing, where the shoes were he was wearing last night, something to that effect, if he could look at them. And Kaylin stated something to the effect that he didn't have a problem with that. At that time, I believe it was Phillips who asked if there was anyone else in the area, and Kaylin stated that Arnell was next door, indicating that that was Mr. Simpson's daughter.
So Cato let Detective Furman look at his shoes?
Yes.
And so did Detective Furman step into the room with Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
At that point, what did the three of you do?
I was still out on the walkway. Phillips proceeded down the walkway to the next room over, and I was behind him. And Phillips had knocked on that door. And a short time later, Arnell Simpson appeared.
Now, during that time, Detective Furman was where?
He was in Kaylin's room.
And was there a conversation that took place between Arnell Simpson and one of the detectives?
Yes, I believe initially with Phillips and then Van Adder shortly after.
All right, now at that point, did Arnell Simpson ask you any questions?
Yes, she wanted to know what we were doing there, if there was any problems. She seemed to me to be concerned because of our presence.
Okay. Did Detective Van Adder ask her any questions?
Yes.
What was that?
Asked if her father, Mr. Simpson, was inside the house.
And what was her response?
Something to the effect of, isn't he here?
She asked him,
Yes.
Isn't he here?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
We moved towards the rear after asking Arnell if she had a key to the location. She said she did. I believe she returned to her room briefly and got the key and came back out. We then proceeded to the rear door of the residence where she unlocked the door and we entered.
Now, did you tell her at that point why you were there?
Not at that point.
Why not?
Well, we didn't really know what we had at that point. I think it was important for her to maintain herself emotionally before we told her anything, because we may need her cooperation at a future time.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Need her cooperation at a future time?
Well, we didn't want her to. We wanted her to have it together enough to talk to us regarding the whereabouts of her father. Certainly, we didn't know if he was a victim, and I felt by telling her that her ex-stepmother was now deceased might be a real problem with her, when in fact we didn't know the whereabouts of Mr. Simpson at that time.
And what did you think she could assist you with if you wanted to maintain her calm and cooperative? What did you think she would help you with?
Locating her father.
Anything else?
Basically, in locating her father and other relatives, if need be.
By the way, were you aware that there were two small children being held at the West LA Police Station?
Yes.
And did you think she might help you in that regard?
Sustained.
Were you concerned about the welfare of those children?
Certainly.
Did you have any thought about who might help you with them?
Overruled.
Certainly, I felt that Arnell Simpson or someone she knew could help us with that, yes.
All right. When you got into the house with her, did you ask a question of her?
I asked if there was a housekeeper on the premises,
Why'd you ask that?
because we had information that there was in fact a housekeeper on the premises, or should have been a housekeeper on the premises, and I wanted to know.
Were you concerned for some reason in that regard?
I was concerned that the housekeeper may be some type of a victim. I didn't know.
What happened next? When you asked Arnell if there was a housekeeper on the premises?
She stated that she didn't know, but that there was a housekeeper.
She said she didn't know if there was a
She
housekeeper?
didn't know if there was one on the premises. I asked her where the housekeeper's room would be. She pointed out a location to the rear of the kitchen. And at some point, I proceeded over there and walked into that room, the room that she stated belonged to the housekeeper.
Did you ask to see the room?
Yes, I asked where it was.
And was that the first room that you went to look into in the house?
No, I walked through the rear area, just the rear den area, and through a formal dining room, and through the kitchen, down a short hallway, and to the left of that was the housemaid's room.
Now, was Arnell leading you through the house?
She was with me, more or less in the front. Initially, when I asked the location of the housemaid room, she more or less walked in front of me and pointed out the way.
Did you then immediately go and look in the room?
Yes.
What did you see?
The bed was made, nothing looked disturbed, nothing looked out of place, and no housemaid.
No housemaid?
Correct.
While you looked into the maid's bedroom, where was Arnell?
Arnell was in the vicinity of the kitchen.
And was there someone with her?
Detective Phillips was there, and I believe Van Etter.
What happened next?
Detective Phillips was engaged in a conversation with Arnell regarding contacting, I believe, Mr. Simpson's secretary, Kathy Randa. And Arnell got a phone number for Kathy Randa and phoned her.
Now, during this period of time, sir, did you happen to see Cato Kalin?
Not at that particular time. I believe he was in the rear with firm in the rear of the residence.
What-
Let's see.
Oh, well,
When you say the rear of the residence, what do you mean?
In the vicinity of the bar.
And where was Detective Van Adder?
People were moving about quite a bit. I believe he was somewhere between the bar and the kitchen.
Now, while you were standing downstairs there, in the downstairs area, did you engage in a search of the location?
No.
Did you look around in any manner? Were you making any observations?
I looked around to see if anything might have been disturbed or if anyone was in need of anything.
Did you open closets,
No.
open drawers,
No.
look in shelves?
No.
Check under couches or under tables?
No.
What were you doing?
We were trying to contact Mr. Simpson. At that point, excuse me, we'd had information that he was probably out of town. After checking the maid's quarters, there didn't appear to be any problem in there, so I didn't feel that the maid was necessarily on the premises.
All right, did you ever go upstairs to look for the defendant?
No.
Why not?
Again, we'd received information the defendant was in Chicago.
Did you get that information shortly after you entered the house?
Yes.
All right, now, you said that a phone call was made by, what was it, by Arnell?
I believe Arnell phoned Kathy Randa, yes.
And after she made that phone call, what happened next?
I believe Detective Phillips then took the phone and had a conversation with Kathy Randa.
And what happened next?
He ascertained a location, which was Chicago, and I believe, a phone number.
Now, at that time, did you see where Detective Van Adder went, or where he was?
Detective Van Adder, some of that time was back with Furman and Kalin near the bar area.
They appear to be having a conversation?
Yes.
At the point that Detective Phillips made the phone call to Chicago, what did you do?
I more or less walked with Arnell, attempted to escort her away from the phone out towards the sunroom in the front of the house.
Why?
I had determined at that point that I was going to tell her what had happened. She was very inquisitive and becoming more and more upset. I knew that Phillips was going to be talking to Mr. Simpson, explain to him what had happened. And I felt this was the time that I should make this notification about the death of Nicole Simpson.
So, did you notify Arnell Simpson?
Yes.
What happened next?
She became extremely upset. Extremely upset. She calmed down after a little bit to the point where she asked if she could call her dad's best friend and have him come over to the house, Mr. A.C. Cowlings. And if she could make that call to Mr. Cowlings from her room. And I stated yes, and go ahead and do that.
Did you ask her for any information, sir?
Not at that time, I don't believe.
Did you ever attempt to ascertain who other next of kin might be for Nicole Brown?
Subsequent to that, I did. I asked if she would have any names or telephone numbers and any relatives of Nicole Brown Simpson.
And when was that in relation to when she went to call A.C. Cowlings?
I may be mistaken. I think it might have been after, or I don't recall. It was before, right around that area.
I'm
Right
sorry.
around that time. I don't recall. There were a lot of things going on. There were a lot of emotions, people moving in and out. I don't recall exactly when that was. It was just before she made the call to Cowlings or just after.
Okay, but right in that time, either just before or just after?
Within a matter of minutes, I believe, yes.
And so when you asked for some identification of some other next of kin for Nicole Brown, did she give you some information?
Yes, she stated that the Brown family, Nicole's family, resided in, I believe, Dana Point, and that she had a phone number.
And
I'm sorry?
did you take it?
Yes.
Now, at that point, did you have any identification yet on the other victim at the crime scene, Ron Goldman?
No.
How far was Dana Point from where you were located at that time in Brentwood?
Dana Point was, in my estimation, probably at least 70, 80 miles away.
So what did you do?
I phoned the Brown residence.
And for what purpose did you phone them?
To make a notification of the death of Nicole Simpson.
And what phone did you use to do that from?
I used the kitchen phone.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you telephone records, sir, from GTE. First of all, do you recognize the phone number that is shown as the number for which this bill is issued?
Yes, that appears to be Mr. Simpson's phone number on the morning of June 13th.
All right, so it's his phone bill.
Yes.
And directing your attention now to the entry for June the 13th at 6:21 a.m. Do you recognize the phone number that follows there?
Yes, that appears to be the Brown family residence in Dana Point.
And the call lasted for 8 minutes?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that call, sir, first of all, what is the policy for LAPD with respect to the preferred method of notification of next of kin when a homicide has occurred or a death has occurred?
For the investigating detective to notify in person.
But you didn't do that with the Browns.
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I felt that in the very near future there would be immense media attention and that once the information were to get out that Nicole Brown Simpson was a victim of a murder, that they could find out through the media what had happened. And while the way I did it was insensitive, it would have been much more insensitive for them to find out their daughter was murdered over the television.
And so when you called, who did you speak to?
I spoke to Mr. Lou Brown, victim's father.
Was anyone else on the phone?
Shortly after I began to speak to Mr. Brown, Denise Brown, I got on apparently another phone.
What did you tell them?
Told them who I was and something to the effect that I apologized for having to do this way, but that their daughter had been killed.
What happened next?
Denise Brown began to Denise Brown began to scream over the phone, what I believed to be hysterically.
Next question.
And what did she say?
Your Honor, may I have the local counsel?
Yes.
Perhaps say this.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may continue.
May I have one moment, please?
Certainly.
All right, you indicated that you allowed Ms. Simpson to call A.C. Cowling,
Yes.
and shortly after you allowed her to make that phone call, what happened next?
Mr. Cowlings showed up, seemed a short time after that, at the location.
And what happened after that?
It was about this time that Detective Furman approached me in the kitchen area and stated that
Sustained at this point. He was approached by Detective Furman.
Yes. Did he ask you to do something?
yes,
What?
he asked me to accompany him outside into the rear of the bungalow at the location.
So where did he take you?
We walked out through the sunroom that's adjacent to the kitchen, out on the front driveway, walked around the garage to a walkway that borders the south side of the property, and we proceeded eastbound down the walkway to a point that appeared to be behind and south of the guest room of Cato Kalin.
Okay. Can you describe the location as it appeared on June the 13th of 1994?
Describe it as a narrow cement walkway with a hurricane-type fence on one side, which would be the south side, and the residence on the north side. There were bushes and trees growing up along the fence. And again, it appeared to be fairly narrow.
Equals 68A.
Do you recognize what's shown in People 68A, sir?
Yes, that appears to be the walkway.
Now, you you see leaves on the ground here.
Yes,
And is that the way it looked to you on June the 13th?
yes.
How about the lighting in that area?
It was light outside, but the direct area was more or less shrouded with the shadows of the shrubbery and the building.
So what was the lighting like?
Well, again, it was light outside, but I wouldn't call it excellent lighting. Certainly you could see, but it wasn't really good.
Fairly dark?
It was beginning to get light about the time that I was there, and it was darker than normal, I guess, if it were in the middle of the day.
So where did Detective Furman take you on that south side path?
It took me down to a point just as indicated in the photograph here, appears to be a wall air conditioner coming out of the left side of the wall. That particular area is the rear of Cheeto Kalin's guest room. He took me to a point just this side of the air conditioner.
People 68 feet.
All right, you indicated a location just this side of the air conditioner. Do you mean by that just west of the air conditioner?
Yes.
Okay. And the photograph that you're looking at now, 68B?
B.
Do you recognize that location?
This is a photograph looking down that walkway in an easterly direction towards the air conditioner.
People 68C.
Do you recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, that's appeared to be a dark brown or black leather glove that was pointed out to me by Furman.
How close did you get to the glove before you were able to see it?
Approximately 6 feet.
Now, do you recall, strike that, let me ask you something else. The glove that's shown in this photograph, 68C, is that the position and the condition in which you saw it?
Yes.
And you got within 6 feet of it before you were able to see it?
I had been told what we were going to look for, what we were going to look at, and it was probably 6 or 8, maybe 10 feet before I could actually distinguish what it was.
And you were actively looking for it at that time, I take it?
Yes.
Now, in order to get back to all right, did you touch the glove by chance?
No.
What was the closest you got to it?
Again, I think it must have been approximately 6 feet.
In order to get back on that south side of the property, sir, did you have to pass through any doors or gates?
There was a gate that appeared to be dilapidated and not necessarily in working order, just west of there.
How many gates were there to get back to the area of the air conditioner where the glove was?
There were no gates to walk to. There were gates to walk through, but none of them that we had to open.
And how many of those were there? Open gates?
I think there might have been 2.
And they were both open when you walked back there?
Yes.
After you saw the glove, sir, what did you do?
Walked back to the front of the location where I met with my partner, Detective Van Adder.
Where was it that you met with him?
Seems to me it was in the driveway in front of the location.
And did you have a conversation with him there?
Yes,
Did he tell you to do something?
No.
What did you discuss?
Sustained.
What was the topic of your conversation?
Sustained.
You had a discussion with Detective Van Adder?
Yes,
Was anyone else present?
I don't believe so.
Based on your conversation, what did you do?
I returned to the Bundy location in a black and white patrol vehicle.
Where were Detective Furman and Detective Phillips when you left Rockingham to go back to Bundy?
Prior to that conversation, Van Adder had sent them back to the Bundy location.
So before you left, Detective Van Adder had already sent Detective Furman and Phillips back to Bundy,
That's correct.
and you left, if you know, how long after them did you leave?
Probably a matter of minutes.
How did you go back, since you and Phil came in one car?
That's the answer. Black and white.
I didn't hear it.
That's what he said.
Black and white, yes.
It's true. Okay. Now, do you know whether or not, do you know what Detective Furman and Detective Phillips were supposed to do back at Bundy?
Not to cross speculation, cross hearsay. They're supposed to do.
Sustained.
I'm asking if he knows.
It's not the way the question started out. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Do you know whether Detective Furman and Detective Phillips, what they were supposed to do back at Bundy?
Yes, yes.
And what was that?
Yeah, hearsay.
Overruled.
Speculative.
Overruled.
Conjecture.
Overruled.
They were going to compare the appearance of the glove at Bundy to the appearance of the glove at Rockingham to see if, in fact, it may be a match.
So when you left in the black and white to go to Bundy, what did Detective Van Adder do?
Cross speculation. He needs to go.
No, it says when he left, which I assume means as he is leaving, he can tell us what.
I mean, that seems like fiction to me. What did he do? But I'll defer to your judgment.
Well, thank you.
He remained at the location.
About what time was it when you left in the black and white?
Approximately 6:45 a.m.
All right, when you arrived back at 875 South Bundy, sir, did you see Detective Phillips or Detective Furman there?
Yes.
And where were they?
They were in the front of the location.
Did you have some contact with them?
Yes.
Who did you contact?
Detective Phillips.
And for what purpose, sir?
I asked Detective Phillips to contact the LA County Coroner's Office to make a first call notification.
So that was that right away after you got back to Bundy?
Overruled.
Yes.
What do you mean by first notification?
First notification to the coroner's office indicates basically what we have in the field as far as number of victims, a general rundown on any information we have, and a possible time estimate on when we'd require them to be at the location.
What's the purpose of that?
The purpose of that is to allow the coroner's office to have personnel available when they're needed.
What do you mean? Why wouldn't they be?
Budget not relevant in this case.
Let's narrow it down. Can you narrow down your question? They could be in a jillion things.
I agree. No, I just couldn't hear, Your Honor.
Can you narrow it down a little?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question. Thank you.
Yes. You indicated, I think, to minimize delay in the response of the coroner's office?
Well, that may be one of the reasons. They need to deploy their people properly. I don't think they could send out they need time to properly have people available, have equipment available to respond to homicides. If we were to wait till the last moment and, okay, we need you now, there's the possibility that we couldn't get anyone to respond because they'd be tied up elsewhere. They need to be concerned with their deployment.
Okay, what's your concern? Why do you make first notification and not tell them to come straight out to the scene?
Because I am certainly concerned for their deployment also. However, I don't tell them to come to the scene because I have work to do.
What work is that?
Investigating the crime scene prior to the removal of the bodies.
Why don't you want the bodies removed? What are you going to do with the bodies?
Well, prior to them being removed, I need to photograph and measure the bodies in position relevant to the other evidence at the crime scene. I need to examine the bodies without touching them. I need to basically do a crime scene investigation, firstly with the bodies in position.
And so how do you preserve or document the position of all the evidence and the bodies before the coroner comes?
Document observations, take photographs, measurements.
Okay, you've seen the photographs taken in this case, is that right?
Yes.
In some photographs, we see numbered tags by each of the items of evidence, and in other photographs, we don't. Can you tell us why that is?
The photographs that do not have tags were taken with the bodies in position. The photographs with the tags are taken under the direction of the criminalist with the photographer subsequent to the removal of the bodies in most cases.
Now, in this case, sir, if you know, when you first got to the scene at Bundy at about 4:30 in the morning, was the photographer already there?
Yes.
If you know, were any photographs taken before your arrival?
Yes.
Did he remain there at the Bundy location, the photographer that is? Did he remain there when the four of you left to go to Rockingham at about 5 in the morning?
Yes.
Now, when you got back to Bundy, did you have any further involvement with the photographer at Bundy?
Yes, I directed the photographer to take some shots of the crime scene.
And where did you direct him to go?
In the immediate vicinity of the bodies.
Okay. Did you direct his attention to any particular pieces of evidence or locations of the crime scene?
Directed his attention to pieces of evidence within the crime scene, the bodies themselves, positioning of the bodies, evidence that I observed on the bodies, their relative overall distances to other objects at the scene.
Where did you begin with your observations and the directing of the photography, if you recall?
At the bodies.
Okay. Do you remember which one you began with?
Yes, I began with Nicole Brown Simpson.
Now, on the date of June the 13th, when you were conducting the investigation, sir, can you tell us what was the visibility of the body of Nicole Brown from the street area?
Once it became light, it was very visible.
When you first responded to the location at 4:30 in the morning, was it light?
No.
And what was the visibility of her body from the street area at that time when you first came at the scene at 4:30?
Not good at all.
When you say not good at all, could you amplify a little bit?
Unless you knew what you were looking for, you might have a hard time.
Without a further foundation, speculative. There's no foundation.
Go ahead.
Unless one knew what they were looking for, it may be very difficult to just see the body from the street to the sidewalk.
Now, is the location of 875 South Bundy, in terms of the foliage, any different now and on the date of the jury walkthrough on February 12th than it was on the night of June the 13th?
I'm exactly informed of that question. I need to, maybe,
Certainly. Thank you. You can answer the question.
The foliage appears to be lighter now than it was back in June. There doesn't appear to be as much of it.
In any specific area you have in mind?
It's the area directly to the north of the walkway at the location.
Okay. Jonathan, can you give me? I have a photograph here. I'd ask you mark people's.
Next in order, 79.
Thank you. All right, so do you recognize the location being shown here?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the front of 875 South Bundy.
All right,
you-
Ms. Clark, I'm going to allow the video feed of this.
Yeah, this
photograph.
one's with me.
Looking in a westerly direction.
And does this depict the way the location looked on June the 13th?
Yes.
Now, you were saying that some of the foliage was heavier then than it is now?
Yes.
Can you tell us, direct the pointer to the area that you're referring to?
To the right. Up. This foliage in this entire area here, if you'd circle that arrow in that entire area, and appears to be lighter today than back then.
Is that the area you are referring to, sir?
Well, actually, larger, that whole area there, yes.
Okay, if you could direct the person to,
Are you talking about that whole tree that appears to be there?
Yes, Your Honor, that general area, it's still there, it just appears to be thinner than today than it was back then.
Ms. Clark, are you going to show us as the next photo on or about the date of the jury view?
we will, but we don't have it ready today.
All right.
So if we could circle, is it the left hand, as we face the photograph, Detective Lang, is it the left side of that tree?
Well, Ms. Clark, forgive me for interrupting you, and I don't mean to try your case for you, but if we do that, we'll obscure some of the detail of the tree itself. Perhaps if it's just the tree or the foliage between the palm tree and what appears to be a street standard, if we can agree that's what he's talking about. So
Can
we
we?
don't obscure the detail of what's
Yes,
there.
no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor. Would that be an accurate description, sir?
I'm sorry, what?
The area between of the tree between the palm tree and the street lamp? Is that the
Yes,
area?
basically, it appears to be more thinned out, yes,
Today than it was then?
yes.
Okay. All right, did you direct the photographer to begin with the photographs of the body of Nicole Brown?
Yes.
And after he completed those photographs, what did you do?
I continued to make observations, document observations of the body.
And what observations did you make?
I observed the victim to be lying on her left side, appeared to be in what I would term a semi-fetal position. The head was in a north by northeasterly direction. The right arm appeared to be beneath the body. The left arm and hand were extended from beneath the body in what I would term a so-called death grip or cadaveric spasm.
Can you spell that?
Cadeveric, I believe.
Now, did you observe whether she had any jewelry on her?
Yes.
What did she have?
Observed appeared to be a thumb ring on the left thumb and the grip of her hand that I just described. There was a wristwatch, earrings.
Were those... Did you happen to notice whether she was wearing any shoes?
She had no shoes on her feet.
Did you happen to notice the bottom of her feet at all as to whether there was blood on them?
The bottom of her feet were clean. There didn't appear to be any blood.
And could you tell us what the position of her legs, the position of... Strike that. I need lunch. May I just complete this last question and then...
Ms. Clark.
You indicated that there was, let me use a picture instead. Sir. In the front of the location of Bundy, I think you indicated that there's a fenced portion on the south side of the walkway that leads from the sidewalk up to the front steps. And that, I'm sorry?
There's a stationary gate at that location.
Right. Where was Nicole Brown's body placed in relationship to that stationary gate that is to the south of the front walkway?
The body position, for the most part, was to the north of that location on the walkway. However, the legs were beneath the lower rung of that gate.
May I allow the witness to finish his answer before we approach?
All right. Did you finish your answer, Detective?
Well, I'm just going to say the legs were beneath the lower rung and the feet were in a more or less a southerly direction.
A southerly direction?
Yes.
All right. Is this a good time to break?
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. And counsel, I'll see you back here at 1:30. All right? And let me see counsel without with the report. Reporter, please.
logically, we're coming to a point in the testimony when all of these things would be entered into evidence physically.
The menu into evidence?
That is a possibility. However, I'm precluded from making that choice because it's not here, nor is the ring, which I do need. I do need and will need very, very soon. I understand that it
All
will
right,
not.
these 4 items?
Yeah.
All right. Let me hear what Mr. Blazier and Mr. Scheck has to say.
Yes, Your Honor. It's my understanding that these are the items that we looked at probably first, and they were ready to come back first. We had everything ready to come back because we wanted to get it back in time. And I think it's just a matter of multiple couriers being used, and I'm not sure what order they decided to bring things back in, but we were done with this stage of our process on Monday.
All right, when will these things be back, Mr. Blazier?
They should be on their way now. We turned them back to the couriers yesterday. It's my understanding.
It's my understanding that these are going to be due back tonight, Your Honor, with the latest shipment. I don't know how the couriers decided to parcel this out. It was my understanding that whatever was available first, they put it on the plane and brought it back. So I'm not so sure these things were available. Everybody was certainly aware that we needed these things. And it's our point, one, that this stuff should have been looked at, could have been looked at 6 months ago, and that we wanted to advise.
Without that comment, which has now been made today 4 times, my question is, when is it going to be back today?
We are told that it is due back tonight, early this evening.
All right, in the meantime, we have photographs of all these items, correct?
Your Honor, but that doesn't address the problem. We have photographs of everything, of course, but why put in the physical items of evidence at all?
Well, right now, all you need to do is say, Detective, is this a photograph of the ring? Yes, it is.
No, I know
And
that.
then you can ask me to instruct the jurors that when that item is physically available, I'll tell them it's presently someplace else, not in the courtroom, and it'll be presented to them when it's here.
I think
Unless you want to suggest we just stop the trial at this point.
Not particularly.
No, see, I mean, what's the alternative?
I think
Now, if you have an alternative to stopping the trial, tell me what it is.
If I had one, I certainly would, Your Honor.
Okay.
I wouldn't keep it a secret.
All right.
I think we simply wanted to make the court aware of the problems here because this is something that could reoccur. I understand there are some other items that are going to have to be examined, and we will be vehemently objecting at that time to these items leaving Los Angeles. Hopefully we can work out an alternative to what we went through this weekend.
Okay.
Because this is what we talked about and this has happened.
That's the purpose of the comment. Let me just note that the court had suggested an inventory with each box, and there was no inventory prepared outside of the box. We finished with these items first because we knew exactly what was going to happen in terms of them coming back. Our people had no dealings with the couriers from the district attorney's office. Mr. Raquel was watching the entire process. It's really their responsibility to bring it back, and if they didn't do it with the first courier, knowing what was coming next, I don't really think it's fair to say that that is somehow our fault.
Well, counsel, I'm not assigning fault to anybody over anything at this point. The issue for the court is, can we proceed with the trial, with the jury? The answer to that question is yes, we can. So we will. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back on the record then in the Simpson matter, if I haven't already said that. All the counsel are present. Deputy Magnero, let's have the jury, please. Wait for one more, 2 more. Let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand. Good afternoon, Detective Lang.
Oh, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath.
Sure.
Clark, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. When we left off, Detective Lang, you were describing the position of Nicole Brown with her legs under the gate. I'd like to ask Mark next in order, People's 80?
People's 80.
People's 80.
Your Honor, you might want to cut the feed to this.
Okay.
Chief, please.
Can you tell us if you recognize that, sir?
Yes, those appear to be the lower right leg and foot and left foot of Nicole Simpson.
And the stationary gate that you described, is that what her legs are under?
Yes.
Now, did you examine the bottom of her feet, sir?
Yes.
And what did you find?
Nothing. They were clean.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. They appeared to be clean to me.
No blood?
No.
Was that important to you?
Yes.
Why?
It would indicate to me that the victim was more than likely struck before there was any blood that flowed and perhaps went down initially before the fight really ensued with the other victim, and obviously didn't walk through the blood during the struggle.
Now, you said you made observations. She herself, however, the upper part of her was lying in quite a lot of blood.
Yes.
Keep the feed cut, Your Honor.
P 442, Your Honor.
And is that the position in which you found her?
Yes, it was looking westerly.
And did you happen to observe, now we're on your return to Bundy, when you came back at approximately 6:45
Approximately 6:45, somewhere in there.
a.m. Did you make a more detailed observation of the front walkway that leads from the sidewalk of Bundy to the front steps of the location?
Yes.
You're going to cut the feed on this one. It's P43B.
All right. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the front walkway I've just described to you?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us what you observed there?
Yes, I observed what appeared to me to be a runoff of blood from that victim flowing down the sidewalk, which was at a slight angle eastwardly.
P43A, Your Honor. Again.
Do you see anything that looks like paw prints to you in this photograph, sir?
Yes, it appeared to me to be some type of bloody paw prints.
Now, did you observe any shoe prints in that front walkway?
No.
On your return to Bundy, did you make closer observations of Ron Goldman's body?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is P59. Again, we'll need to cut the feed.
I assume it's kept cut at this point, Your Honor? Is that okay? Can you tell us, is that the body of Ron Goldman, sir?
Yes, that photograph is looking downward and towards the north by northwest.
And is that the position in which you found him?
Yes.
Now, what were you able to observe on your return to Bundy at approximately 6:45 when you examined him more closely?
I observed that his head appeared to be in a westerly direction. As you see it here, the eyes were open. The body appeared to be curled around a stump with the feet kind of in a south by southeasterly direction. The pantaloon shirt that the victim was wearing had somehow been pulled up around the upper back. I observed what appeared to be possible defense wounds to, I believe it was the outside of the left hand. The left leg appeared to have been cut. There's quite a bit of blood coming down the left trouser leg. There was scrape marks and blood running across the face.
Now, did you make any observations with respect to, you see the shoes that he was wearing depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
The one that we can see most fully, which appears to be the right foot, they appear to be white.
Yes.
On any portion of those boots, was there any discoloration?
Yes, I observed what appeared to be blood on the bottoms of the soles of the feet, of the shoes.
And what about the tops, the toes of either of the shoes? Did you observe blood there?
I believe there was some spattering.
P54A.
And do you recognize what's shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that's the left foot, partial left foot of the victim, Mr. Goldman.
It appears to be red, sir.
Yes.
And yet, you just identified those boots, those shoes or boots as being white in the earlier photograph. Did you observe this toe portion of the left boot to be the color depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And what did it look like to you?
It looked like it had, like it appears as red.
The items of evidence that are shown under the plant, sir, did you cause these photographs to be taken?
Yes.
And are these as found as are these depicted in this photograph as they were found?
Yes.
Do you see anything resembling a bloody shoe print in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you would you like to step down, sir, and perhaps indicate that shoe print? You know how to use this?
We'll see.
Okay. For the record, I'm having him use the point maker, Your Honor.
This area right here appeared to me to be a bloody shoe print impression.
All right. If you could please mark that. Do you know how to? Right. Okay. And for the record, the witness has done so, has circled the area of the heel.
Well, we don't know that.
Or what appears to be, I'm sorry,
It's a standard phrase question.
what appears to be the heel of a bloody shoe print.
Appears to be a pattern mark on the sidewalk in blood, is what it appears to be.
And would you please put your initials in the upper left-hand corner, sir?
Out in here?
No, up. Not that far.
Right in here?
That's good, yeah. Okay.
Your Honor, may the print of this photograph be marked 54A1.
54A1.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, I need to change a ribbon on the photograph.
Did you make any other observations with respect to blood found around the bodies of the victims in that location?
Yes, there appeared to be other possible bloody shoe impressions between the two bodies.
Now, when you returned to the scene at Bundy at 6:45, sir, did you make any observations? When you returned to the scene, you already had seen the bloody shoe prints before you left for the first time.
That's correct.
Okay. When you came back and you made the observations of the body of Ron Goldman, did you look for any other shoe prints or shoe impressions?
I looked for possible impressions in the dirt area around Mr. Goldman.
And did you see any?
No.
Did you make any observations concerning the condition of the dirt on which Ron Goldman's body was lying?
Yes.
And what was that observation?
Appeared to be loose dirt.
Was there any, what did the dirt appear around his body? Did you make any specific observations of its condition?
Some of my mind, the dirt had soiled his clothing during the struggle.
Mm-hmm. Did you make measurements, sir, of the distance between Ron Goldman's back and the fence behind him, and that is the fence to the north of him as well as the fence to the east of him?
Yes.
And what were those, what did you measure?
The measurement from the backside of Mr. Goldman to the lower rung of the fence north was, I believe, 1 foot 2 inches. And I believe it was the same to the east.
People's Exhibit 56D, Your Honor. Please.
Thanks. Okay, that's 1 foot 2 inches. If you can describe to us, can you see on this photograph the area that you measured and you've just described to us?
I can see the area to the right, which would be to the east.
All right, you measured from what point to what point with respect to the east fence on this photograph?
Well, it was the bottom side of Mr. Goldman. If I had my schematic, I suppose I could tell you exactly, but...
Would it
it
refresh
was-
your memory, sir, if you had that?
Yes.
You make a copy of that schematic for me?
Yes.
We also?
Yes, it's in the murder book. You made a copy for both of us, didn't you?
I believe I turned over 3 copies.
If I had one of the law clerks make a photocopy of that for you.
Yes, just wanted to date it yesterday. I didn't get it.
Council has it, just hasn't looked at it.
All right, well, no. My question was, would it help if I had the law clerks make a photocopy for you, me, and the detective? All right? Ms. Moran, would you make some photocopies for us, please? It's not immediately accessible to both sides. It's easier just to make copies of it. Mrs. Robertson, would you have Ms. Moran make additional copies of these two items as well?
Now, these were part of Detective Lang's notes that were turned over a long time ago.
Counsel, I understand. I assume it's just a matter of fishing through the notebooks.
And it's not true. One was from yesterday.
Well, counsel.
Council has a right to-
Wait. Thank you. Ms. Clark. So what's the exhibit number?
It is 56G.
G. Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm showing you what appears to be a Xerox copy of a schematic. And can you tell us if you recognize what I'm showing you?
Yes.
And can you tell us approximately when you did this, you filled in the distances on this schematic?
The distances were done at the morning of June 13th with the bodies in place.
Okay, and when did you fill in this particular schematic?
This particular schematic was done probably several weeks ago.
And this is the one that shows the bodies of the two victims?
Yes.
And did you turn over copies of this one that you did several weeks ago to the DA's office?
Yes,
And did you make extra copies for the defense as well?
I did.
And there's another schematic here showing some circles and shapes and some numbers. Can you tell us when you did that schematic?
That schematic was done on November 4th, 1994.
And did you turn over that with additional copies for the defense back in November of '94?
Yes.
Now, there's a last one that was, last one that shows some kind of irregular shape with two distances or three distances measured on it. Can you tell us when was that one done?
That was done yesterday.
And what is that a schematic of?
This schematic of the dirt alcove area where Mr. Goldman was found and of the tree in the middle of it.
That shows the measurements of a tree?
Yes.
All right, now the schematic you were referring to The schematic you were referring to, that you wanted to refresh your memory with, is that the one with the two bodies in it that has been turned over several weeks ago?
Yes.
And if you would, sir, go ahead and refresh your memory with respect to that.
Okay.
And did you measure the distances between Ron Goldman's body, some point on Ron Goldman's body, and the east fence that is depicted at the right-hand side of the photograph as we face it, marked Peoples
56G.
56G?
Yes.
And what was the distance, sir?
1 feet 2 inches.
It was 59. Again, you will need to cut the feet for this photo. All right.
And did you measure the distance between some point on Ron Goldman's body and the fence depicted at the top of the photograph as we face it?
Yes, that's looking to the north from the same position in the lower back of Mr. Goldman. I measured it to the north fence,
As?
1 feet 2 inches.
And did you measure the distance between any point near or on Ron Goldman's body and the edge of the dirt walkway that is shown at the bottom of this photograph where the white object, the envelope is?
Yes, may I look at the schematic?
Yes.
People's 54A. Council.
So I believe it's the left foot, the end of the left foot, the toes were 8 inches from the edge of the walkway where the dirt meets the walkway.
Now.
54A, Your Honor.
Okay. So the distance between that toe depicted in that photograph and the edge of the walkway was?
8 inches.
8 inches.
Your
54? A, 54A. Perspective again.
People's 59, Your Honor.
All right, did you measure any distances from an area nearer to the center of Ron Goldman's body to the edge of the walkway?
From the center of his body?
What other distances did you measure in this area of where Ron Goldman was found?
Measured the left heel to the east fence.
And the left heel to the east fence was?
It's 2 inches.
Do we have that?
And I measured the distance from the forehead of Mr. Goldman to the top of the head of victim Simpson.
And what was the distance between the forehead of Ron Goldman and the top of the head of Ms. Brown?
4 feet 10 inches.
Can you describe whether or not Ron Goldman's body was found on top of any object, or was it lying flat on the dirt?
He appeared to be lying on his right side on top of a stump, a wood stump.
Your Honor, may this next photograph be marked People's next in order, People's 81.
People's 81.
All right, if you could describe for us, sir, what are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of the area where Mr. Goldman had been lying once he was removed. It's looking north by northwesterly. It shows, appears to be 2 stumps.
All right, Ms. Clark, I'm
Can
going to
you-
release the feed on this.
Okay.
Let me know if there's something else that's coming up, Mr. Fennell.
All right, can you indicate your point, David? If you could direct the arrow, sir, to what you're talking about as to where those stumps are.
Okay, if you bring it to the right a little bit, down right below, there's a stump right up a little. Well, if you go up to the card, right below that area should be 1 stump. It's a little difficult for me to see here.
It's pretty dark. You believe that that's the general area?
That looks like the general area, yes.
Okay. Leave an arrow there. And
The other one is down a little lower to the left, a little more down, right at that area there is a second stump.
All right. And then you have, can you tell us where the body of Ron Goldman was in relation to these 2 stumps?
The front portion of the body was lying just to the rear of or behind the forward stump. And I believe some part of his back was lying across the smaller stump to the top of the photograph.
Kind of in between those 2 points then?
More or less.
Okay. Did you take any measurements from the lower and upper stump to the edge of the walkway or that stairway wall that you see in the left-hand portion of the photograph?
Yes.
Okay, that white cement-looking area in the lower left-hand portion of the photograph, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the stairwell, the wall that is to the north side of the stairwell leading up to the front of the residence.
All right, if you could tell us, first of all, what is the measurement that you made of the north stump? That would be the one up at the top of the photograph to the edge of the walkway. What was that distance?
I haven't committed those measurements to memory. If I could see a schematic.
Please, refresh your memory.
I don't have it with me.
Oh, that's not on that?
No, these aren't the stump measurements.
A.
81A.
All right, this is showing you the diagram you made back in November of 1994. Can you tell us, sir, if that helps to refresh your memory as to the measurements of those stumps that you've just identified?
Yes.
First of all, with respect to the north stump that's at the top of the photograph that's now being shown, can you tell us what measurement you made?
Yes, the north stump was 3 feet 8 inches south to the walkway.
So from that lower stump to the edge of the walkway was 3 feet 8 inches?
Yes.
And what measurement did you make, if any, of the south stump to the edge of the walkway?
The south stump was 1 feet 11 inches to the edge of the walkway.
Did you make an area, a measurement of the distance between the stairway wall, that white block-like object in the lower left-hand corner of the photograph, and any of the fences, either the north or the east fence?
Yes, I made a measurement from the walkway to the north fence,
To the north fence, and what was that?
5 feet 8 inches.
I would feel that's where it's back in.
You want to repeat the answer? Thought it was from the edge of the walkway to the edge of the fence. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what about did you measure from the stairway wall to the fence?
Stairwell wall to the fence is the same, 5 feet 8
No,
inches.
I'm sorry. I'm not being clear, excuse me. From the stairway wall in the lower left-hand corner across to the east fence, did you measure that?
Yes, that was 3 feet 3 inches.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
3 feet 3 inches.
This next photograph be marked People's Next in order, People's 82.
All right, people's 82.
All right, sir, can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, that's a close-up photograph of the stump that I previously mentioned. That was beneath, I believe, beneath Mr. Goldman.
And is that the north or the south stump?
That's the north stump.
Your Honor, may this be marked People's Next in order, People's 83.
People's 83.
It's called. People's 83, Your Honor.
You recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes, that's a photograph looking north to the north fence, as described earlier. And there's a pager that appears about the middle of the frame.
Okay, now this photograph, as well as the one previously shown to you, were these taken before or after the bodies were removed?
After.
Okay. Can you describe for us what's depicted in this photograph and what you saw in this area at the time after the bodies were removed?
Yes, I observed the pager. The item there in the center is a pager that was in the dirt, lying 4 inches the other side of or to the north of the lower rung of that fence. Additionally, there's in the center of the picture, a small tree that's supported by a piece of wood.
That stick that's in the approximately the center, just a little to the right of the center of the photograph, what did that look like to you?
The stick, the vertical stick?
Mm-hmm.
is there to support what appeared to be a small tree.
There appears to be a red substance on it. Did that look like blood to you?
Yes.
Was Mr. Goldman's body in contact with that item
What one?
before the body was moved?
Well,
It appeared that it may have been, yes.
There seems to be some hole there next to that, or just behind that stick. Can you tell us if that's the way it looked to you?
Yes, it is.
Was it very deep?
No.
And the rungs of this is the north gate we're facing? The north fence, I mean?
That's correct.
You see where there seems to be some red on those?
Yes.
Did that appear to be blood to you?
Yes, there appeared to be transfers on the horizontal and perpendicular rungs of the fence.
Can you describe for us, sir, were there any other woody items like that stick that you've described for us to the right of the center of this photograph, in that location that Ron Goldman's body was found?
Woody items?
Yeah, wood, trees, sticks.
There was a large tree to the left of this photograph, which had come in contact with the top of the head of Mr. Goldman.
What else is in that area?
There are leaves.
Were there any other plants in the area?
Not in that immediate area. They were in the lower right-hand corner of the photograph. There was a small plant near the glove.
Mm-hmm. Now, you indicated that pager, was that the location in which you found it, sir, where it's shown in this photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have here a small manila envelope pager that is appeared to be resealed with a yellow evidence tag dated February 17, 1995, and another dated February 18, 1995. Going to open this envelope and show the contents to Detective Lang. This has been previously marked as People's 31A.
yes.
Can you tell us if you recognize what's being shown here, sir?
May I touch it?
Yes.
That appears to be the pager I observed.
Now, after the bodies were removed, did you go up and more closely examine the pager, sir?
Yes.
Prior to the body being removed from that location, did you examine the pager?
I observed it. I don't recall specifically examining it.
Post exhibit 54-1.
People's 54.
Do you recognize what's shown in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a white envelope that I observed at the crime scene on the dirt adjacent to and just to the north of the walkway that contained what I believe to be prescription glasses.
Your Honor, I have here a plastic envelope that has been sealed with a yellow seal dated February 18th, 1995. I'm going to open the seal.
Do we need to take that out?
Block it.
Can you see it through the bag there, Detective?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's another envelope there.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is, sir?
That appears to be the envelope depicted in the photograph with the glasses.
Now, when you were at the scene, were you able to tell what was inside the envelope?
Yes.
And how was that?
As you note on the upper left-hand corner of the photograph, there's an open area where the envelope was parted just enough for one could peer inside and see that there were apparently glasses.
Were you able to make that observation without picking it up?
Yes.
And showing you, looking inside the envelope now, as I'm holding the plastic bag without lifting out the envelope, can you see what's inside?
Yes.
And what's inside?
Appears to be prescription glasses.
Are those like the ones that you saw on the morning of June the 13th inside that envelope?
Yes.
Your Honor, People's, one of the references, People's 54A.
All right, People's 54A.
You might need to cut the feet for this stuff.
All right, you recall the glove in this photograph that you described having seen at 875 South Bundy, sir?
Yes.
I'm showing you what is now contained in a manila envelope and a paper bag, a brown paper bag. And the manila envelope now contains some paper bindles. I ask that you look inside the bag, sir, and tell us if you recognize what you see. Would the court like to explain, to tell the jury why they're repackaged?
Yes, in a second. Mr. Carpenter, why don't you step around so that the jury can see? Ladies and gentlemen, if you recall from Friday, these items were placed into a plastic bag. However, it was determined it was a better packaging with regards to biological evidence to have it in a paper bag rather than a plastic bag. So that's why it's repackaged at this time.
That appears to be the glove in the photograph that I observed.
The items previously marked as 77 and 77A respectively, the glove in the bag.
Noted.
And now showing you, sir, an item that has been marked as 78 and 78A has also been repackaged. Ask you to look inside the brown paper bag. Tell us if you recognize what you see in that photograph, in that bag.
Yes, that appears to be the dark blue net ski cap in the photograph that I observed at the scene.
Now, did you direct anyone to, did you ultimately direct that these items be collected?
Yes.
At the time that you made your observations of these items, sir, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
What kind of gloves were you wearing?
They were a plastic glove. Thin
And why were you-
plastic glove.
I'm sorry?
Thin plastic glove.
And why were you
Rubber.
wearing gloves at that time?
Generally, when I am working a crime scene of that nature, there might come a time when I might have to touch something. So it is to prevent contamination to evidence as well as to protect myself.
Were you wearing booties, sir,
No,
over your shoes?
no.
Why not?
I have only worn booties at the coroner's office for self-protection. I've never worn them at a crime scene.
Have you ever seen a detective?
Sorry, that's not his point.
Oh, well,
Have you yourself ever worn booties at a crime scene?
No,
Have you ever seen any detective you've ever worked with or seen at a crime scene wear booties?
no.
Can you think of, strike that. Does anyone at a crime scene wear booties, sir?
Yes, I've seen some technicians wear them at times.
Criminalists or coroners, investigators?
I don't recall coroners people, criminalists, print people. In fact, I believe the print people were wearing booties at this location
And what is the purpose of wearing booties?
for self-protection against contamination.
Contamination of,
Outside sources, perhaps from blood. When there's a bloody crime scene, there's always a possibility one could contact some type of a virus, and consequently, some people wear those.
okay. So is it to protect the person who's wearing the booties?
Yes.
Speculation as to why somebody is wearing booties. I mean, a multitude of.
Objection, Your Honor. What?
just overruled. Speaking objection. It's one explanation. I'm sure there'll be others. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay. Sir, did you direct the photographer to take this picture? Did you ask if this area be photographed?
Earlier I did. Not this particular picture. This was obviously done with the criminalist.
Is there something significant about the hole that you described for us earlier that's shown in this photograph?
The significant thing to me at the time was that it appeared to be freshly dug out.
So what did that mean to you?
Taking into account the scene, it would mean to me that there was probably a struggle in that immediate area, and perhaps this was done with the flailing of feet or movement within that area between the suspect and the victim.
Your Honor, People's 56B.
See what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a close-up of a set of keys found on the ground just to the east of Mr. Goldman's left foot, as depicted in the foreground.
And did you want this particular item photographed?
Yes.
Why?
To show the relationship, firstly to show where it was located, and then the relationship to Mr. Goldman.
And were the finding of those keys near the foot of Mr. Goldman important to you?
They were to me.
Why?
Because of the location and the fact that Mr. Goldman had pockets in his pants, it appeared that he may very well have had those keys in his hand at the time he was attacked.
Which indicates what? To him? To this detective?
No area of expertise.
Let me see over the sidebar. Thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may lay some additional foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Lang, how many homicides have you investigated, sir?
Either directly or indirectly, approximately 250 to 300.
And that's over how many years?
20 years of homicide.
And can you tell us, sir, then you indicated that the fact that Ron Goldman's pants contained pockets and that you found the keys on the ground was important to you.
Yes,
And why was it important to you?
because it would show to me that perhaps Mr. Goldman had those keys in his hand and had just perhaps stopped by for a short time.
And the fact, and what did that,
Overruled.
and then finding the keys on the ground indicated what to you if he was carrying them in his hand at the time of the attack?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
If he was carrying the keys in his hand at the time of the attack, what did that indicate to you about the nature of the attack, if anything?
Sustained. No, what would that's the nature attack. What is that? If he was carrying the keys in his hands, what would that indicate to you, Detective?
Perhaps that he was surprised.
Next question.
Now, in the photographs that you've previously seen, the gate that faces Bundy, the gate to the front of the house that you would walk up to from the sidewalk.
Yes.
In what condition did you find it? What position?
It was wide open.
Yes.
This is People's 45B, Your Honor.
All right, do you recognize that photograph, sir?
Yes.
And were you interested in having this particular area photographed?
Yes.
Why?
It shows a top view looking down on the back of victim Nicole Brown, as well as the great deal of what appears to be blood on the first step of the stairwell.
Was that important to you?
Yes.
Why?
That would indicate to me that there's a good possibility that's where she was injured initially.
And then is there anything else in this photograph that was significant to you?
There's an envelope, the envelope we discussed earlier in the upper right-hand corner.
And on the stairs?
There is what appears to be, the heavy blood stain that I described.
And above that?
What are possibly some type of drag marks or transfers on the second stair.
Okay. Do you see any bloody shoe prints in this photograph?
I believe there are down on the walkway. This photograph isn't that clear. I believe there's also one on the step.
There's also one. Did you see any on the step when you were there that day?
Yes.
If you can you see the screen from where you're sitting, sir? If you look up, is that visible to you? Can you see the red dot, the area I'm circling?
Yes.
What does that look like to you?
be a bloody shoe print transfer of some type.
And over here at the lower left-hand corner?
The same.
All right. Do you recall seeing those bloody shoe prints in those locations when you were at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
This is People's Exhibit 45C.
And do you see anything significant in these photographs, sir?
Yes, that also appears to be bloody shoe print impressions.
And if you would, can you look at the screen, sir, and tell me where you see them?
Where you had the red dot, and then in the lower right-hand portion of the photograph, as well as the lower left, more or less lower left portion. Yes.
All right, and those shoe prints, sir, can you tell us if you trace their direction and path?
To me, they appear to be going in a westerly direction down the walkway.
Now, in the area of the front door, did you see any bloody shoe prints in that area?
Yes.
Okay, were they angled in towards the front door?
No, at the front door, they appeared to be going directly westerly.
Past the front door?
Correct.
At some point, did they angle in towards the condominium?
Just prior or east of the front door on the walkway, they did appear to do some type of a turnaround.
And that was east of the front door?
Yes.
Okay. And after they continued past the front door, at some point did they fade out?
Yes.
And when was that?
They continued to a stairwell through a small gate and down the stairwell to a point at the bottom of the stairwell.
After which, did you see any more of them?
No.
All right, now to the left of, I think you indicated earlier in your testimony that you saw blood drops to the left of those shoe prints?
Yes.
I haven't even asked the question.
We've heard this, I've heard this question this week.
Can you describe the appearance of those blood drops, sir?
Yes, the blood drops appeared to tail westerly in conjunction with the bloody shoe prints.
Your Honor, People's 45A.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's 43A. Right, 43A.
All right, sir, can you describe for us, first of all, what is shown in the photograph and how the items depicted in the photograph appeared to you when you were at the scene?
Excuse me, this is an overall photograph looking westerly on the walkway with two of the what appear to be blood spots indicated by the two cards, one in the lower left and one in the center of the photograph.
And those cards are depicting what?
The location of the blood spots.
Are you able to see any bloody shoe prints in this photograph?
It appears in the lower center there may be one in this particular photograph.
If you could look at the screen for a moment, sir, and tell us if I've located that with the red dot circling the area.
Yes, that's the one I just described.
Does it appear to you, sir, that there's a big distance between this, in this photograph, between this bloody shoe print and the blood drop denoted as photo ID number 112?
This speaks with pictures.
Kind of a vague question.
It is. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me ask a better one. Does this photograph depict the distance between the shoe print and the blood drop identified as photo ID 112 in the same manner you recall seeing it when you were at the scene on June 13th?
Yes.
Let's also.
Hold on.
Do we
Yes.
know the measurement of the tiles?
Just going to get to that. Read my mind.
Never mind.
Oh, the last application, yes.
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 Thank you.
Did you measure the size of these tiles, Detective?
Yes.
And how large are they?
They were 11 1/2 by 11 1/2 inches square.
Okay. Was there anything that you made particular note of about the blood drops?
Yes, I noted that they appeared to tail or tentacle in a westerly direction in conjunction with the bloody shoe prints.
What do you mean by tail?
By tailing, if you would view a blood droplet up closely, the tentacles, perhaps if it tentacles in a certain direction, tentacles out, it would indicate that when the
Our vision out of Truck Foundation, I'm not sure you can tell us the tentacles of blood drops.
Sustained.
Have you received any training in blood spatter analysis, sir?
yes,
Can you tell us what that is?
blood spatter analysis.
Yes.
It's a study of blood spatters, basically, how blood appears when it strikes different surfaces from different distances or different speeds.
And where did you receive that training?
I received training in the police academy and college and investigator school, homicide school. I received informational training from other experts in the field. I reviewed texts on the subject and have viewed blood spatters at many crime scenes over the years.
And have you ever testified concerning your observations of blood spatters in the cases that you've handled?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Gosh, I would have no idea. Maybe 100.
And with respect to these particular blood drops then, sir, you made an observation concerning their angle? You said tailing?
Tailing. A blood droplet will tail, or it'll appear that there are tentacles coming out from it depending on the angle that it strikes the target. If, as an example, we had a blood spot that tentacled or tailed out, as in this case, in what I believe a westerly direction, it would indicate that the source was going in a westerly direction at the time that blood droplet struck the target.
Okay. And the shoe prints appeared to be going in what direction?
A westerly direction.
How many blood drops were there between the bodies of the victims? Blood drops going in that westerly direction did you find between the bodies of the victims and the rear alley?
There were 5, the last one being in the carport area.
When you got to the rear gate, sir, did you observe any other blood at the rear gate area?
Yes, I observed what appeared to be a transfer or smear on the middle top rung.
People's Exhibit 53A.
And what else did you see, sir?
And what appeared to be 2 droplets on the inner lower rung.
People's Exhibit 53B.
Do those appear to be the blood droplets that you're describing, sir?
Yes.
People's Exhibit 53C. People's Exhibit 53D. People's Exhibit 53E.
Okay. Do you recall seeing seeing any blood in the area that you see the the ID marker on this item in the rear gate area?
Not on that particular day.
Let me ask you this, sir. Did you at some point have contact with a criminalist by the name of Dennis Fung?
Yes,
And when you did you ask him, did you brief him on what was at the crime scene?
yes,
Did you make certain requests of him in terms of what to collect?
yes,
Did you point out the rear gate area to him
yes,
and ask him to collect blood from that area?
yes.
At some point after June the 13th, did you return to the Bundy area for a walkthrough?
Yes,
And when you did so, did you make some observations concerning the rear gate area that you've just seen, the area that you've just seen in these past several photographs?
yes, I did.
And what observation was that?
I don't object without a further foundation. When did you come back? 3 weeks later? What was it?
Sustained.
Yes, tell it. What date was it that you returned?
July 3rd, 1994.
And what observation did you make?
I observed the same thing that I observed back on June 13th.
Which was?
The blood smear transfer in the upper rung, the blood on the lower rung, and this particular item on the outside of the gate.
Item 117?
Yes.
And what did you do when you saw that?
I inquired of the criminalist.
That's what I object was to what he do, because I was,
Thank you.
I inquired of the criminalist if he had checked the gate as I had requested on June 13th. He stated he had not.
I object to what the criminal says, yes.
Sustained. Answer stricken, juries to disregard it.
And when you asked the criminalist whether he'd collected the blood on the rear gate as you requested, he made a response to you?
Yes.
And based on what he told you, what did you do?
Overruled.
I had him at that time take samples from the gate, check the entire gate.
And the gate was then photographed?
Yes.
Was.
Yes.
And what did you direct them to do?
I directed the print people to print the entire outside area, fence area around the crime scene, the railing along the walkway, the rear gate area, the vehicles in the back, one in the garage, one in the driveway. Directed them to print the front door of the residence inside and out. I directed them to print the inside of the residence, the moldings around doors, all of the telephones, television set upstairs, items in the bathroom, the bedroom. Eventually, I requested that they print the kitchen knife that was on the kitchen counter, the first level room bathroom near the kitchen, the railing, the hand railing going from the first to the second level, that's basically it.
Your Honor, may this be marked People's Next in order, People's 84?
Ms. Robertson, 84? 84.
All right, sir, do you see what's depicted in this photograph? Who is depicted in this photograph?
Those are two of LAPD's print technicians. This photograph is looking down the stairwell in a westerly direction along the walkway.
Okay. And she's pointing to the handrail?
Yes,
Is that one of the items that you asked be dusted for prints?
yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, People's Exhibit number 75.
Now, you indicated also that you saw a knife on the counter. You saw that when you first walked into the house at your first visit to Bundy at about 4:30 a.m., right?
Yes,
And is that the position in which you found it, sir?
yes.
People's Exhibit number 76.
Did you direct that something be done with this knife, sir?
Yes,
First of all, is that the location and condition in which you found it?
yes.
And what did you direct be done with it?
Directed that the criminalist visually inspect it for any possible blood stains. Subsequent to that, that the print people printed.
Okay, well, are you supposed to let print people print an item if there's blood on it?
No, it's preferable that the blood be dealt with in some type of testing method first.
And was that done?
A visual inspection was made. There were no tests done on the knife.
And was it then printed as well?
Yes.
What else was printed inside the house other than the molding areas and around the door frames that you've indicated?
What else was printed?
Yes, was. Inside.
I believe it stated the telephones, the television upstairs. There was a pack of, I believe, Marlboro cigarettes in the upstairs bathroom that was printed. I believe the nightstand in the bedroom. And they had general instructions to print anything that they felt they would have latitude to print anything else that appeared to be, it might contain prints.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess for the court reporter at this time, so we can switch court reporters. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't form any opinions about the case, don't let anybody contact you regarding the case. Also, don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Ask that you step back into the jury room, and we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. All right, all parties are present. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Your Honor, before they come back, I was going to ask the court, I meant to talk to counsel about this. I need to mark the phone bill that that this witness identified, then identify the phone call he made there. this phone bill was also used with Detective Phillips. I know that counsel has indicated
Thought we
that
had
the phone
marked that
number is
previously.
right, but the entire phone record isn't. I thought just that one call.
Are both calls on the chart? No. All right, then the entire phone record, what was the chart, Mrs. Robertson?
There are probably phone numbers on it that I would like to ask to be.
Well, what we'll do at this point is we'll just use that one page. All right, let's make this 65A.
Well, I was indicating to counsel that there may be phone numbers on there that should be blocked out before this exhibit is given to the jury, and
Well, I'm not so worried about giving it to the jury as releasing it to the public.
For the public.
Yeah.
that's exactly as well. So before that happens, counsel and I need to sit down and figure out.
All right, but for identification purposes, the full list, full phone bill will be 65A.
Thank you. 67A?
5 the cellular phone.
Yeah, 65 for the cellular phone.
67A.
Right.
All right, 67A. All right, anything else, Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark? Anything else? That's it? All right, let the record reflect, we've been rejoined by all the ladies and gentlemen of our jury. Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand under oath. Good afternoon again, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Ron. All right, sir, at some point, did the coroner's investigator arrive at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And who was that, sir?
The coroner's investigator's name was Claudine Ratcliffe.
What time did she get there?
She arrived at approximately 9:10 a.m.
Now, prior to that, sir, had you directed Detective Phillips to make it a second call to the coroner's office?
Yes.
And when did you direct him to make that call?
I believe it was approximately 8:10 a.m.
After Investigator Ratcliffe arrived, what did she do?
She requested a brief rundown, synopsis of what I had at the scene.
By the time she arrived at about 9, what did you say, 9:05, 9:10?
I believe it was about 9:10.
Okay. By the time she arrived, was the first officer on the scene, Officer Risky, still there?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your memory, sir, if you were to see the crime scene log?
Yes. According to the log,
Just
Not the way to handle it.
correct, we're just refreshing recollection here.
Have you refreshed your recollection as to when Officer Risky left the
Yes.
scene?
Just on, now that's not the question is, does that record refresh his recollection? The document does.
I asked.
It's a matter of semantics. He's looked at the document. He's indicated it's Professor's personal recollection. Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. And is your memory refreshed, sir?
yes.
Can you tell us what time Officer Risky left the scene?
Yes, at 7:15 a.m.
And so he was gone by the time Claudine Ratcliffe got there.
Yes.
Who is allowed to touch the body of the victims at a homicide scene, sir?
The coroner's investigator or coroner's helper?
Are you allowed to touch the bodies of the victims?
No.
So when Claudine Ratcliffe got there, where did you meet with her?
Initially, I met with her in the street in the Parkway area in front of the location.
Do you have a conversation with her?
Yes.
What was that about?
It's a brief conversation to tell her basically what I had at the scene,
And why'd you do that?
to give her an idea what we had and what she would need and how to proceed.
Who is it that is required? Does she need to identify who the victims are when she comes out to the scene?
That's part of her duties, yes,
Do you assist her in that?
if we can.
And did you in this case?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
As to victim Nicole Brown Simpson, I entered the residence with Claudine Ratcliffe, and we proceeded to the bedroom, the main bedroom, where I observed a purse belonging to Nicole Brown, and in the purse was identification with her picture, description, and name. And this I shared with Ratcliffe.
What, if anything, were you able to do to assist her to identify the other body, the body of Ron Goldman?
When Mr. Goldman's body had been removed from the position that I first observed it, his pockets were checked, and a California driver's license was found in one of his pockets.
Your Honor, may this photograph be marked People's Next in order of People's 85?
People's 85.
See People's 85, sir.
Yes.
And you recognize them?
Yes.
Are these the items you just described that were pulled out of the pocket of Ron Goldman?
Yes.
And who pulled them out of his pocket?
Coroner's investigator Ratcliffe.
And that card that's Union Bank, did you see that item, sir?
Yes.
Was that a credit card?
Yes.
Now, where did you take Ms. Ratcliffe when you took her up to Nicole Brown's bedroom? Did you go in through the front or through the rear?
I believe prior to that she observed.
Sustained.
After you met with Claudine Ratcliffe in the street, where did you go with her? Or did you go anywhere with her?
Proceeded to the location of the bodies.
And how did you do that?
Across the sidewalk to the south of the entrance, across the area just to the south of the walkway, and we angled up towards the northwest, towards the stairs.
Did you walk with her up that front walkway where the blood was?
No.
And by that front walkway, I mean the one that intersects with the sidewalk in front of the location.
Yes, no, we didn't walk up that way.
How did you walk up?
Again, it was the knoll area, the area just to the south of the walkway.
Okay. That grassy area, if you were looking at a photograph of it, be to the left of the walkway?
Yes.
And then you walked, did you step over the body of Nicole Brown with her, with Claudine?
I don't recall if I stepped directly over her.
How did you get to the top step?
At that time, I don't recall at that time, we may have stepped over at that location because she got to the top stoop.
Okay. Do you recall if Claudine Ratcliffe got to the top stoop by walking up the front way or in through the garage?
I believe it was the front way.
Okay. Were there areas on the landing area around the body of Nicole Brown and on the steps above her that were free of blood?
Yes.
And were those areas large enough for you to step in to gain access to the top landing?
Yes.
Did you step in those areas?
Yes.
And did you direct Ms. Ratcliffe to do the same?
That's correct.
And after you got to that top landing area above the bodies and the evidence, what happened next?
I pointed out to Investigator Ratcliffe the various pieces of evidence that I've observed while there.
Why did you do that?
It was important to me that she know where the evidence was so that it wouldn't be trampled or disturbed in any other way.
Okay. And after you did that, then what?
There was some discussion about blood on the bodies.
Were you pointing something out to her?
Yes.
What was that?
I pointed out some blood that I was interested in on the back of Nicole Brown Simpson.
And did you explain to her how the body of Nicole Brown was found? What were the circumstances that led to the discovery of her body?
I think it's leading to just details that you told her.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, why was it important for you to tell her that?
Because
Overruled.
as part of her investigation, she would want to know the circumstances under which the victims were discovered.
And then you indicated, I believe, that at some point you and Ms. Ratcliffe went into the condominium
Yes.
and retrieved the identification of Nicole Brown. Is that right?
Yes.
After that, what did you do?
I believe again it was after that we came downstairs to the locations of the bodies. And again, visually examined where evidence was pointed out to Ratcliffe. And she first went to victim Simpson and made a closer examination and began to remove the victim from the location.
So was Ms. Brown's body removed first?
Yes.
Now, prior to Ms. Ratcliffe removing the body of Ms. Brown, were you outside with her? Did you both exit the condominium together?
No, I believe she remained in the room to check for further identification, and I returned downstairs to complete what I was doing.
Which was what?
Documenting the body positions, the scene in general, the condition that I found the scene to be in, as well as the bodies.
At some point, did Ms. Ratcliffe come back outside?
Yes.
And during that time, when you were doing the measurements and making the observations that you've indicated at the crime scene, you indicated before you were wearing gloves, is that right?
Yes.
When Ms. Ratcliffe came back out, did she then proceed immediately to the body of Nicole Brown?
She first asked me if
Seriously, no.
Question?
It's not responsive, actually.
Did Ms. Ratcliffe make an inquiry of you?
yes.
And what was that?
Seriously.
Sustained.
May we be heard, Your Honor?
Sure. What the court order? All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did Ms. Ratcliffe make an inquiry of you, sir?
Yes,
She asked you something, did she?
yes.
And in response to that, what did you do?
I allowed her to come down to the body itself and begin her examination.
And what did she do?
She began the examination by placing the victim on a plastic sheet.
And did she do that by herself, or did she have some help?
No, she had an assistant.
A driver?
Yes.
And then what happened?
I caused photographs to be taken, close-up photographs, during her examination.
At the scene there?
Yes.
And those photographs that you directed to be taken, what were they of?
They were of the deceased.
Of Ms. Brown?
Yes.
And were those photographs taken of Ms. Brown during Ms. Ratcliffe's examination of her?
That's correct.
Before Ms. Ratcliffe went down to the crime scene and moved the body of Nicole Brown, had the victims and all of the evidence around them been photographed in place as they were found?
Yes.
And after the photographs of Nicole Brown was taken during the examination by Ms. Ratcliffe, what happened next?
The victim was removed to the coroner's wagon. And subsequent to that, there was a liver temperature taken
Okay.
in the van, I believe.
Ms. Brown's liver temperature was taken inside the van?
I believe it was, yes.
And then what happened?
Radcliffe and the driver returned and began an examination of Mr. Goldman.
And how was that accomplished, sir?
Initially, Mr. Goldman had to be lifted up out of his position because of the confined area and brought out onto the walkway where he was placed on a plastic sheet and examined.
And where was that done? Where was that plastic sheet placed?
On the walkway in front of the residence.
The walkway that leads from the sidewalk up to the front step?
Yes.
And where on that walkway? Down by the sidewalk, up by
It was
stairs?
in the vicinity of the front gate.
And what occurred next?
Radcliffe examined Mr. Goldman on that sheet, and there were photographs taken of various things that she found.
You've seen it, oh, yeah. All right, so Ms. Ratcliffe and the driver, they had to lift him out of that area,
Yes,
and then they brought him, I think, what, did you indicate south of where he is now? In that photograph?
yes, south and then to the east down on the walkway.
So they had, so were both of them back in that area where Mr. Goldman is?
Yes,
And when they moved his body out of that area, they moved right over that dirt and onto the walkway
that's correct.
in the area of that envelope, the hat, and the glove?
That's correct.
Cut. And what occurred next with Mr. Goldman? Was there an examination performed?
Yes, there's also a liver temperature taken of him.
And then what?
Mr. Goldman was wrapped up and removed from the scene of the coroner's wagon.
All right, now after the body of Ron Goldman was removed, did you make any observations of something that you had not made before?
Yes,
And what was that?
observed a white metal ring in the dirt in the area below Mr. Goldman, where he had been.
Exhibit 56A.
Do you see what's in People's 56K?
Yes, that appears to be the ring.
People's Exhibit 81.
It was 81?
Are you able to locate in this photograph, sir, where the ring was after Mr. Goldman's body was removed?
Yes, the ring would be approximately the center of the photograph where the little card is indicated, the center card.
Can you direct the pointer to that area, sir?
I believe it'd be down there, this card right here.
Is that, okay. Can you put the initials on there? And may this be marked People's 81B?
81B.
All right, now after the bodies of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown were removed, did you continue your crime scene investigation?
Yes,
At some point, did criminalist Dennis Fung arrive at the scene?
yes.
And when was that?
I believe that was shortly after 10 a.m.
When he arrived, what did you do?
I took Mr. Fung on a walkthrough of the crime scene.
And where did you take him exactly?
Started at the front of the location and I showed him the evidence that was there. Pointed out the various pieces of evidence, the blood. He'd arrived just prior to the departure, or just prior to the removals of the bodies. Consequently, he saw where the bodies were from the top step area above the victims. I showed him what appeared to be the bloody shoe prints leading up the steps westerly. pointed out to him the blood, what appeared to be blood droplets. We walked through the rear gate, pointed out the blood on the gate. We walked to the rear of the location, where I pointed out a 5th blood droplet in the driveway. And there were some coins and a couple of other objects in the rear. At some point, we also entered the location where I had him do some testing.
Now, did you point out then all the evidence to him that you've previously described to us today
Yes,
and Friday?
yes.
And did you direct his attention to the knife on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
And did you ask him to do something with that knife, sir?
Yes, I asked him to do a visual examination, and if he observed anything that appeared to be blood, to do a phenol or presumptive test.
Did you ask him to do anything else in the house with respect to the detection of blood?
Yes.
And what was that?
To check some reddish stains on the carpet of the staircase going up in the front of the house, as well as some reddish red stains on the throw rug in the bathroom upstairs.
Do you know what the results of that examinations were? Of those examinations were?
Yes, you know.
Correct. Do you know?
Yes, they were negative.
Now, at some point, while you were examining the exterior crime scene, sir, do you recall going out after the bodies of the victims were removed? Do you recall going out to the dirt area where the body of Ron Goldman was found?
Yes,
And do you recall observing the pager after the body was removed?
yes,
Did you make any examination of it at that time?
yes, I did.
And what happened with that?
No, we just recovered it. That's all we've done so far.
Actually, not even that. I think he just observed it so far.
All right.
While at that location, the pager activated.
The pager went off?
Yes.
What number was shown?
I haven't committed the number to memory, but I did write it down at that time.
And would it refresh your memory if you were to look at some report, sir?
Yes.
What report is that?
Well, my crime scene notes,
Do you have them with you?
they're in my attaché case.
I think that's a catalog case.
Pretty heavy. You have them?
Yes.
Okay, and what have you, you're able to refresh your memory from that, sir, as to the number that was shown on the pager that went off?
Yes.
All right, take a language, pull them up.
Yes.
And what number was that, sir?
447-8667.
And did you determine who that number belonged to?
Yes.
Who?
The Mezzaluna restaurant,
What time was it when the pager went off?
10:47 a.m.
Did you determine who it was that paged Ron Goldman at 10:47 a.m. from the Mezzaluna?
Yes.
Who was that?
was an employee at the location, I believe his name was Tanner,
Stuart Tanner?
Stuart Tanner.
Were there any other numbers on that pager?
No.
At what point, sir, did the coroner leave the scene?
I believe it was sometime after 11 a.m.
Did you make a determination, sir, as to how the front gate of 875 South Fundy operated?
Yes.
And what was that? What's the system there?
The gate could not be opened from the outside without a key. The inside knob was smooth with a handle guard, disallowing anyone from reaching through and opening it. There was an outside latch on the outside of the gate that had to be flipped up in order for the gate to open all the way.
Did you determine whether there was some means of communication between some person at the front gate and someone inside the house?
Yes, there was an intercom box with a button.
Did you attempt to determine whether or not that worked?
Yes,
And what did you find out?
that it was operable.
The intercom worked?
The intercom worked.
What about the door release?
I observed what appeared to be the door release in the kitchen, and I could not get it to work. It was inoperable at that time.
Was this on June the 13th, sir?
Yes,
So when you pressed the door release button in the kitchen, it did not, in fact, unlock the front gate?
I heard it click, but it would not release, so it appeared to be inoperable to me.
But did you check to determine whether you could manually open the front gate if it was closed?
From the outside,
Right.
not if it were locked.
Okay. Could you open it from the inside?
Yes. If one were to, in addition to turning the knob, reach over to the front and release the latch that was on the outside.
Now, when, on the 13th, did you perform that experiment on the door, the intercom and the door release?
It was sometime after the coroner left.
Did you attempt to examine the lighting in the area, sir?
Yes.
And what did you find out?
There was a street lamp in the parkway to the northeast of the walkway of the location with an overhanging lamp. There was an additional street lamp, an overhanging lamp, I believe, in the northeast corner of Bundy and Dorothy.
Okay. Let me ask you, first of all, with respect to the overhanging street lamp that you said was northeast of the walkway on the sidewalk, sir, how much illumination was provided of the walkway, that front walkway area, from that street lamp?
I would say none.
And why is that?
Because of the heavy foliage in the trees and the hedge to the north of the walkway.
And what about the overhanging street lamp that was at the northeast corner of Dorothy and Bundy? How much illumination was provided of the front walkway area, especially at the foot of the front steps?
I would say very little, if any.
What kind of lighting did you find at the exterior of the residence itself?
There was a small light that was in the dirt area just off the walkway, just to the south of the stationary gate, a low illumination, more or less, that shot straight up. It wasn't concentrated down with the light going up.
Set into the ground, was it?
Yes,
Were there any plants around it?
yes.
How much light did it afford in terms of the area where Nicole Brown had been laying?
Because of the way it was positioned, all the lighting was up towards the mailbox, and there was none going the other way. It was shielded in an upwards direction.
So did it illuminate the body of Nicole Brown in the position in which she was found?
No.
Any other exterior lighting, sir?
There was a light on the exterior, would be the southeast portion of the residence where the 875 condo joined the condo to the south. So it would be from the location of the bodies, it would be up the walk and towards the southwest.
Sir, did you indicate whether or not there was a light on the porch of the residence of 875 South Bundy?
There was in the ceiling above the door.
In the ceiling above the door?
Yeah.
And how much light did that provide of the area where Nicole Brown was found?
I'd say indirectly very little.
And why is that?
The bodies were down below the stairwell, and due to distance and the placement of the light, it just the lighting was indirect, and it just didn't do much to illuminate the bodies.
This next photograph, you mark People's Exhibit number 86.
86.
People's.
All right, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
To the left side of the photograph, you see an area that has a gate, an arched gate.
Yes.
What's that? Whose residence is that?
That's the Taylor residence adjoining the 875 Bundy location, just adjoined to and south of.
Is that the other half of the duplex?
Yes.
And to the right-hand side, is that 875 South Bundy, Nicole Brown's residence?
Yes.
There's a light that seems to be shining in between two of those trees.
Yes.
Can you tell us what the source of that is?
Actually, I believe there would be two lights, one to the condo to the left and one to the condo to the right.
And is one of those the lights you've just described between the two condominiums?
Yes.
Was the front of the residence as well lit as you see it in this photograph when you arrived at 4:30 a.m.?
That's my recollection, yes.
Mm-hmm. What about the area between Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman? Lighting, sir. With all the lighting that you've described, The area between the bodies of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown, can you tell us what was the lighting like in that area?
There's really nothing to illuminate that area.
Then can you tell us, sir, how visible were the hat and the glove underneath that plant in that dark area?
On that question about further foundation, it's supposed to be standing.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
I'll sustain the objection to the manner in which how visible was the hat? You might want to ask some more foundational questions.
Okay. Can you tell us, sir, first of all, when you first arrived at the scene at 4:30 a.m., and you went to look at you observed from the top landing, did you not?
Yes,
That was the first time you saw that crime scene.
yes.
Can you describe for us what the lighting was like in the area between the bodies of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown?
I would describe it as very poor.
And what do you mean by that?
There was no direct lighting on that particular area.
Were you able to see with your naked eye, without the assistance of a flashlight, were you able to see the glove and the cap that were under the plant?
I believe I was able to discern that there might be an object there, but not enough to clearly tell what it was.
And at the time that you were looking down there, were you looking specifically for those items?
They were being pointed out to me, yes.
And as they were being pointed out to you, was there somebody training a flashlight on the area at the time?
I had a flashlight,
And were you training it on the area at the time as that they were being pointed out to you?
yes.
And even so, it was hard for you to see them?
Not once I illuminated.
That was leading to justice. We can just.
You've already so testified. I'm just going back into that, having described it further.
Or we'll proceed.
With the aid of the flashlight, I could tell what they were, yes.
All right, during this time that you're examining the crime scene, taking measurements, directing the photographer, the criminalist, the print people, are there other officers at the scene, sir?
Yes.
What are they doing?
I had other detectives do what we call a canvass of the neighborhood.
What does that mean?
One of the duties of those officers was to go door to door to see if there might be any witnesses to what occurred, to observe any illegally or vehicles on the street that appeared to be parked erratically. I also had these officers do a canvass of the rear alley, which included going through trash cans at the Bundy location, as well as the neighbor's location, as well as a dumpster that was in the alley.
And what were they looking for? What did you tell them to look for?
In the alleyway?
Yes, and the garbage cans?
Anything that would appear to contain what might be blood, a weapon, clothing, what might appear to be blood stains or blood smears or transfers on any item at all.
All right, now at some point, sir, did you leave that scene?
Yes.
And where did you go?
As far as leaving the scene itself,
Yes.
yes, I went to Parker Center.
Was that in response to a phone call that you got?
Yes.
From who?
My partner, Detective Van Adder.
And about what time was that?
Approximately 12:15 p.m.
When you left, sir, what did you do to make sure that the scene was going to be taken care of?
Overruled.
I spoke to Mr. Fung, the criminalist, explained to him that I was leaving and that the officers at the scene would maintain a perimeter security until he was completed with his investigation. I did the same with the print people who were still at the location, and I spoke with the officers upon leaving, logged out, and left the location.
Then were all of the experts that had to arrive to conduct the crime scene investigation already at work in progress by the time you left the scene?
Yes,
And had you given them all instructions as to what you wanted done?
yes.
Now, at some point, sir, did you return to the Rockingham location later that day?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was approximately 5:15 p.m.
And when you did so, sir, did you enter the defendant's residence?
Yes.
Why was that?
It was pursuant to a search warrant.
Did you recover something from the location yourself?
Yes.
What was that?
Pair of Reebok tennis shoes, pair of athletic shoes.
And where was that? Where did you recover them from?
In the walk-in closet off of the master bedroom on the second level.
And did you can you tell us why you picked those particular shoes to take from the closet?
Yes.
Why?
I was in the company of Mr. Simpson, and I asked Mr. Simpson if he recalled the shoes that he was wearing the night before. He pointed to the Reeboks and stated I might have had those on, something to that effect.
And
So at that time, I told Mr. Simpson that I wished to take those shoes, and he stated, fine, you can take those or any other shoes.
And so you took those?
Yes.
What'd you do with them?
I put them in a box and put the box into the trunk of my police vehicle.
And then what did you do?
I secured or left that location shortly thereafter.
And then what?
I went in to watch.
Watch.
End of watch. I was complete through for the day.
Okay, so where did you go?
I went home.
What about the shoes
The shoes were in the trunk.
of your car?
Yes.
So you didn't take them into property?
No.
Why not?
The property unit that was handling our evidence, the evidence control unit, was closed. The criminalist had been collecting items of evidence all day. I would have needed a DR, Divisional Records number, to book the item. I would have needed an item number, none of which had been obtained yet. It wouldn't have been possible to book those shoes that night.
And so what did you do?
I maintained the shoes in the trunk of my vehicle until the next morning when I took them to the Scientific Investigation Division Serology Lab.
And what time in the morning did you take them there?
I believe I arrived at approximately 7:30 a.m. I don't recall for sure.
Did you take them directly to the ECU, Evidence Control Unit?
No, I took them to the serology lab.
Directly to the serology lab?
Yes,
Who did you give them to?
to Greg Matheson.
Is he a serologist there?
Yes.
Now, if you know, sir, can you tell us when was the crime scene at Bundy broken down?
I believe approximately 3:30 p.m., but I'd have to check the log to make sure.
Would it refresh your memory if you did so?
Yes.
Showing you a copy of the crime scene log, sir. Could you please examine that, see if it does refresh your recollection?
The problem with that is if I could be referring to somebody else's law, we know that record is not exactly.
No, overruled. Any item can be used to refresh recollection, doesn't have to be prepared by that individual.
But if he wasn't there.
If he knows.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
What time was the crime scene taken down? At 875 South Bundy.
3:45 p.m.
on June the 13th?
Yes.
How is it determined when a crime scene should be broken down, sir?
Be determined by the investigating officer or any other technicians that were working at the scene, whether or not they'd completed all that they felt that they could do at that particular time.
Now, at some point in every case you've ever worked, does there come a time when you have to collect the evidence and close down the scene?
Yes.
Take the tape away?
Yes.
And that occurred at 3:45 in this particular case?
Yes.
Problem is,
Your Honor, may we approach, I think these speaking
Yes.
objections are very inappropriate.
worry about that, but maybe.
Yes, approach, both of you, with the court reporter. All right, thank you, counsel. Continue.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Now, while you were present at 875 South Bundy, sir, did you ever see Claudine Ratcliffe or the driver go west on the walkway leading back to the rear alley?
No.
Where in the front of the crime scene did you see them? Did you see them move around?
Well, the initial approach was from the yard area just to the south of the walkway. I observed them on the stoop above the scene, and I observed them in the vicinity of both the victims.
And other than that, did you ever see them? You did not see them in the walkway leading back to the rear alley? Did you see them in the rear driveway?
No, the closest I saw them to that would be inside the residence.
Did you ever see either one of them go in or out of the garage door?
No.
May I have a moment? Oh, lastly, sir, were you present when the photographs containing the numbered tags were being taken by the photographer?
I was in the area.
And the numbered tags that we saw in some of these photographs, do you know who placed those items?
Placed the tag?
Placed the tags, yeah.
Yes, that would be the criminalist, Mr. Fung.
And the tags that he was placing on evidence, was that evidence that you directed him to have, to specifically direct his attention to?
Yes.
You indicated that he arrived before the coroner left
Yes,
and before the bodies were removed.
that's correct.
What did he do before the bodies were actually removed from the location, if anything?
Nothing.
Had he just arrived at that point?
Yes.
And was he wearing gloves, sir?
I don't recall.
Was he wearing booties?
I don't believe so, but I don't recall.
You don't remember?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Cochran.
How late are we going to go today? I don't think I can finish it today.
Well, do your best.
Do my best.
What's your preference, counsel? I mean, we have about 12 minutes remaining in the court day. But there are some, Mr. Schecker, there's still some DNA matters we need to resolve. Your choice, Mr. Cochran.
That's so. Please not to go today, Your Honor, so
I'm just telling Mr. Cochran I don't want to hear his mouth this afternoon. And so,
because that I'd like to ask a few questions, if I might, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Detective Lang.
Yes, ma'am.
You have been a homicide detective for more than 20 years, is that correct?
It's approximately 20 years.
And as a homicide detective, you've had some great experience in investigating homicides as such, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your career as a Los Angeles police officer detective, you have investigated, I believe you said, some 250 to 300 homicides, right?
Either directly or indirectly, yes.
And you know that when you come on the scene of a homicide, as a detective, one of the things that you want to know is you want to try to solve the particular crime or crimes, isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And you know that you're not an island unto yourself. You have a team of people who work with you, isn't that correct?
In most cases, some cases, that hasn't been that way.
In this case, you had a team of people that would ultimately be at your disposal, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in that team, you would have your partner, Detective Van Adder, is that correct?
Correct.
You utilized the services of Detectives Furman and Phillips while they were still there, is that correct?
Correct.
You told us about the use of criminalists, is that correct?
Yes.
And the criminalist you talked about was a criminalist by the name of Dennis Fung, is that correct?
Yes.
There was also another, a female criminalist who came out there by the name of Mazzola, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Mazzola?
I believe there's 2 L's, but yes.
And Mazzola, in fact, was the officer in charge as between she and Fung on that particular day, isn't that correct?
That's not my understanding.
Did you see any reports which indicated that she was, in fact, the officer in charge?
I have heard of a report that probably incorrectly states that she was. It's my understanding she was a trainee.
In fact, she was a trainee, wasn't she?
I believe so, yes.
And this was only her 3rd crime scene, isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that? All right. So you have these criminalists, then you had some print people, fingerprint people, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had them do fingerprints throughout, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did you have anybody come out and check for footprints? Do you have any footprint specialists there?
No, other than the criminalist who I requested to do a stride analysis and photograph the prints. Other than that, no.
Did you ever ask anyone to go over into this loose dirt area that you've described for us and attempt to see whether or not you could match up any shoe prints or footprints in that loose dirt area?
I myself checked that area and couldn't observe any.
Right, you couldn't observe any?
No.
Did you have anybody else come out and try to do that?
I did not recall specifically telling Fung to do that. He may have, I don't know.
You don't know if he did it or not?
No.
You knew, of course, that Mr. Goldman had been in that area, is that correct?
Yes.
You knew, of course, that his assailant or assailants had perhaps been in that area, isn't that correct?
I believe that to be the case.
You knew because you saw a picture of Detective Furman that he had been in that area. His footprints were in there, is that right?
Yes.
Objection. Counsel's testifying to be no facts. Assumes facts.
Well, that's a speaking objection, Your Honor. That's a speaking objection, Your Honor.
At this point, the objection is sustained, but it's just a foundational question.
Oh, sure. You've seen that photograph of Detective Furman pointing down toward the foliage with his foot in that loose dirt, didn't you?
Yes.
So you know he was in there also, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we know at some point, did Miss Ratcliffe go over in that area?
Yes, she did.
She go over there with her assistant to move Mr. Goldman's body at some point?
Yes.
So there have been a number of people who have been walking in this loose dirt area, isn't that correct?
Over a period of time, yes.
Yes. Prior to the bodies being moved, right?
Yes.
Now, sir, as an experienced homicide detective, one of the things that you would want to know and try to determine would be the time of death of these victims. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And so that we're clear, and the jury's clear, the L.A. County Coroner's Office is a separate county entity, separate and distinct from the Los Angeles Police Department. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the Coroner's Office, they have their own training. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
They have investigators and they have doctors, don't they?
Yes.
And you rely upon them in the course of your homicide investigations, isn't that correct?
Certainly.
And over the course of your 20 years, whenever you've had a body in Los Angeles City, you've had to call the coroner and you've had to work hand in glove with the coroner, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
It's probably a good play on words, hand in glove, right?
Yes.
And you've worked together and you rely upon each other, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, in that connection, you know that the coroner's office, when they get to the scene, they do things like take a liver temperature, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And what other things that are you aware of that the coroner's office will do in an effort to determine or extrapolate backwards and determine the cause of death, the time of death?
In an effort to generally determine time of death, I'm aware of several things they would do. They would test for rigor mortis. They would test perhaps for lividity, of course, the liver temperature. They would interview the investigator at the scene.
All right, anything else you can think of now? The oftentimes check the eye fluids?
I'm aware of that examination, but I'm also aware that the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office does not conduct those examinations in the field.
But you are aware of the eye fluids?
Yes.
Check. All right, now you mentioned rigor mortis. And in the time the coroner is there and these bodies were moved, what time was that? Where was the body of Nicole Brown Simpson moved?
Approximately 10:30, 10:40 right in that time.
A.M. on June 13th, right?
Yes,
And at that time, was she in full rigor mortis?
she was.
And by that, what do you mean by full rigor mortis?
By full rigor mortis, it means that the muscles in the body have become rigid due to a coagulation of protein in the blood.
All right. And with regard to lividity, what can you tell us about lividity with regard to her body, if anything, at that time?
Her body had no lividity.
All right. And what was the ambient temperature at or about the time of 10:30 a.m.? What was the temperature outside there at the time the coroners arrived?
I believe it was 70 degrees.
And you said that the coroners took her body into the coroner's vehicle and took a liver temperature, right?
Yes.
And what was the liver temperature obtained at that time?
I believe the liver temperature was 82 degrees.
Now, these things that the coroner's office did at 10:30 a.m., approximately 10 and a half hours after the first officer arrived at the scene, in your experience, it would have been better had they been able to do those things much earlier and after these bodies were found. Isn't that correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, in a perfect homicide investigation, which I'm sure you strive for, wouldn't you want to have the coroner out there as soon as possible to render that kind of assistance, to check the liver temperature, to check the lividity, to check the state of rigor mortis as early as possible? Wouldn't you want that?
Yes.
All right, that would be ideal, would it not? You could do that.
That would be ideal. We don't often see that.
All right. Now, with regard to, and I'll be mindful of the hour, Your Honor. With regard to this area, this loose dirt area you've been talking about, and maybe you can see that photograph, Jonathan. What's that?
This is People's Exhibit 83, Your Honor. I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Now, with regard to People's Exhibit 83, a couple of questions. This area, so that we're clear, how wide is this particular area? Did you take some measurements?
Sustained. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Certainly. What is the width of this area where Mr. Goldman's body was located, sir? The width?
From south to north, in the direction that we're looking, it's 5 feet 8 inches.
All right, so it's less than 6 feet from south to north. And from the tree looking west to east, how wide is it?
I have that on the schematic. I believe it's something like 4 feet 2 inches. That's
So
right.
something like 5 foot 8 inches by 4 foot 2 inches. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you ascertained, did you not, that Mr. Goldman was at least 5 foot 10 inches tall?
Yes.
And he weighed how much?
I believe it's approximately 170, 175 pounds.
And that loose dirt area over there indicates to you there had been some movement, some violent movement of the earth to cause that, as far as you could tell. Isn't that correct?
I don't know. That's something I surmised.
Well, I know you weren't at the scene, right? But you have surmised a number of things, and one of the things you surmised was that that dirt was moved in the course of the altercation. Isn't that correct?
I have no way of knowing that, but it did appear to be freshly moved, yes.
Freshly moved dirt, isn't that right?
It appeared to be that way.
All right, and you also described when Ms. Clark was asking you questions that Mr. Goldman may have had some keys in his hands at the time that he was being confronted by assailants or assailants. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you know, do you not, that if a person has keys in their hands, that is one of the ways that you could inflict a wound on the person who is attacking you. Isn't that correct?
I suppose that's possible.
In addition to that, at some point, Mr. Goldman also apparently had a ring on his finger. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And so this area that we now know is less than 6 feet and about 4 feet also had a tree as depicted there in People's 83, kind of right in the middle of it. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you have described for us earlier that Mr. Goldman, in the course of this altercation, sustained some defensive wounds. Is that correct? In his hands?
Appeared to be that way, yes.
Had some cuts on his hands?
Yes.
And you know, and it's your opinion that he put up a vigorous fight. Isn't that correct?
It was apparent he did put up a fight, yes.
All right. In this very small area, isn't that correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's 4:30. We'll resume tomorrow. Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you regarding the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right, have a pleasant evening. Detective Lang, you may step down. You're ordered to return tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you.